Good morning, everybody. Good morning. We're just giving a minute for people to jump in to the meeting. Nice to see you all. If your camera is on, then you'll be able to be seen on the live stream. So if you're one of our council members, if you could turn your camera on, that would be helpful if you're able to. Good morning. Good morning. I think. Okay, sounds good. Thank you. And oh, we see Melissa back in. We have a couple people that are on council members that don't have their camera on right now, but and there's a few instructions there in the window for Zoom. That's good. Okay. What do you think, Emily?
Yep.
Can you let us know when you start the live stream and then we can, or
Oh, the live stream's been going. We're good to go whenever you're ready.
Okay, Veronica, thank you. You can get us started.
Thank you, Emily and Dr. Perez. Good morning, everybody. I'd like to call the April 1st EAC meeting to order today. It's 9:04, and our chair, Weathersby, is with us, but only for a short time. So I will be helping to facilitate the meeting. It is my honor to do so. Thank you. Just a few meeting reminders as we get going, some protocols as we're on Zoom. Would you please update your Zoom name to include director and then your last name? And if you could limit the chat to logistics, all comments regarding the agenda items should be made on record to support compliance with public meeting laws. And if you could please keep your camera on, particularly when you're speaking, so we know who's speaking. Thank you so much. And I will go right into the roll call. We'll begin the roll call, and Ashley will do that for us. Would you please respond with present when you hear your name? And after she reads all the names, she will let us know if we have a quorum and we can proceed. So Ashley, over to you. Thank you.
All right, one second. Emily, did you need me to share my screen for this?
I'm on it. Got it.
All right, I'll start with it. Director Castillo,
Present.
Director Bales Molnar,
Present.
Director Rhodes, Director or Chair, Vice Chair Dujan,
Present.
Director Bell,
Present.
Director Vance,
Present.
Director Catter, Director Brune, Director Chavez Tapia, Director Perez, Director Nicholson,
Here.
Director Larios, Director Potter,
Here, present.
Director Wilkinson,
Present.
Chair Weathersby,
Here.
Director Lolich,
Present.
Director Talarico,
Present.
Director Wassman.
Present.
All right, we have a quorum with 3 standing directors present and 9 rotating directors present.
Thank you so much, Ashley. This is great after spring break. And so let's move right into the next item. We would like you to please review the agenda for today's meeting, and you will find it in the chat. So it is very handy. Would you please review it? And if there are any suggestions or recommendations you would like to make, would you please do so? I'll give you about a minute to review it. Are there any, I'll ask again, are there any suggestions to change or recommendations to change? I don't hear any, so I will go ahead and we will work with the minutes, the agenda, I'm sorry, as approved for today, and move right into our next item, which is the approval for minutes for January, February, and March. So a set of 3. Would you please take a minute to review those for the 3 months? The links are in the chat. And as you review them, please don't worry about grammatical, punctuation, or spelling errors. We would ask that you review them for clarity of content, accuracy, and certainly accuracy of attendance of directors. So would you please take a couple minutes to do that? Thank you.
I have one correction for the January meeting minutes. It shows me as present and I was absent. In the roll call, it shows that I'm absent, but at the top of the meeting minutes, it shows me present.
Thank you, Director Lulick. We'll make that adjustment. Are there any other revisions that need to be made? Well, thank you, everyone. The minutes are approved as corrected with that change from Director Lulick about her attendance. Thank you. And we will go right into the next agenda item. Someone is checking for public comments. Bree, do we have anyone signed up for public comments?
No, there are no public comments today.
Okay, thank you so much. So we don't have any, so we'll just move right into our next agenda item, which is our welcome to you. And I will hand over to Chair Weathersby for that. Is Chair Weathersby with us?
I see her, but her camera might be frozen.
Oh, yes, I see her as well. Well, while she's working out what we think might be technical difficulty, she might be going out and coming back in. I will begin. There she is, Chair Weathersby. We were hoping you might have some welcome comments for us today. Are you with us? There you are.
Can you can you hear me?
Now we can. Thank you.
I'm so sorry about that. Sometimes my area gets pretty low signal. I did not hear me. I just wanted to make sure.
Did you have some welcome comments for us today?
Yes, I was wanting to let everyone know that I'm really appreciative that they have come here after spring break. And that I'm hoping that they had a good restful time because there's a lot of work ahead of us at this moment in our country and in our state. And so I'm really appreciative that everyone has shown up today. And I want you to continue to take the time to refresh yourself so you can be there for that hard work that's ahead of us. Appreciate all of you. Hand it back to you, lovely Dijon.
Thank you. And good morning, everyone. I will echo Chair Weathersby's comments of gratitude for your presence here. These are unusual times as we attempt to do the work that we know is the good work we need to do. I appreciate the EAC staff, appreciate your presence here as we continue to do the work. We came through the legislative session relatively intact, and we will continue to do the work and look for ways to follow best practice, learn from each other, and figure out the good policies we can engage and spread the word and do so in communities of practice. So thank you for being here and your investment of time. We hope you are refreshed after spring break, and we'll get right into the work that we have to do today. And we will begin with informational items. And the first one on our agenda is the Educator Advancement Roadmap. And for that, Emily McCaffrey, our staff member, and Tomas Mufino will lead us into that section of our meeting today. Thanks so much, Emily and Tomas.
Thank you, Dr. Dijon. I also wanted to just say a quick note of thank you to the council as we get started and a welcome. And wanted to just say that the final budget details became available following the 2026 legislative session. And as Dr. Dijon mentioned, the budget of the Department of Education is remained largely intact with only minor technical adjustments. And a part of that, as ODE, the Educator Advancement Council, staffing, operations, and grant funding will continue as planned through June of 2027, through the end of this biennium. We deeply appreciate continued partnerships and important work that all of you do across our state and that different groups did to share their voices. And thank you for that collaboration, flexibility, and that commitment to really navigate these legislative sessions together with us. And just wanted to say that as we get started. So now I'll hand off back to Emily and Tomas.
Great, thank you. And yeah, we're going to continue our conversation that we started in January and February and March. And so I will invite Tomas to get us started, and then I'll be helping to facilitate today as well.
Thank you, Emily, and thank you all for welcoming back into your space, and happy to be with you. To Dr. Bredes's point, and to reground in the roadmap, we're working together these next past couple of months and through the summer here to re-articulate the mission and vision for the council and get clear on the levers and actions that we can pull to continue to build a thriving educator workforce across the state of Oregon. And so our work today will be primarily around discussing the roles and responsibilities of the council. So we get clear on the different kinds of actions that you all can take to move on the different problem priority areas that we've been discussing the last couple of sessions, and planning for the in-person session next month. And so to that end, our agenda today, we'll be sharing a draft document of the roles and responsibilities. So spending some time discussing that in greater detail. We'll share a draft systems map of the different challenges and needs that have surfaced. And I'll talk more about what that can look like. And then we will speak about connecting these two in the name of developing the roadmap for the EAC. To ground us back in our timeline, January and February and into March, we spent quite a bit of time engaging you all in the different needs that you either have personally experienced or constituents that you represent have experienced as challenges faced by the workforce. We surveyed a host of community members on the challenges that they see, and that has given us a good picture of kind of the current state. From there, what we're looking to do is narrow down, prioritize, and then be able to take action. And so that leads us to our work today, where in order to set the priorities, we want to have a clear picture of the problems at hand, which I think we do, or increasingly do. And then importantly, what can we do about them? And that's really where we'll be focused our conversation today. And the EAC staff has evolved the policies and procedures manual that I know many of you took part in developing to outline the roles and responsibilities of the council. And really what that is just a finer grain articulation from the statutory authority that the legislature empowered the council to do. It's certainly a work in progress. And so today will be more of just an introduction and soliciting feedback and any kind of outstanding questions. And we're introducing this now because, as I've been mentioning, we've got a host of challenges that we've been talking about. In order to prioritize them, one of the key levers for prioritizing is understanding the effort or what's within the locus of control of the council. So we need to get clear on what those actions are. So today, our ask of you all as council directors will be to review, react, assess readiness to engage in these responsibilities. From the WestEd side and the staff side, we'll be learning, gathering that feedback to make sure we spend the next month ahead of the May session clarifying any of those outstanding questions and refining the document any further. Before I keep going, I want to bring Emily in, who had a big role in drafting this document. Is there anything you want to clarify or add?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention for those of you who were involved in the subcommittee that we did last fall, summer through winter, which is about 6 months. This document is, as Tomas said, an evolution of a table that you all saw and that we drafted and considered including in the policies and procedures manual, but acknowledged that it needed more work and it needed more detail. And so it made more sense that this would live as like a working document for the council to have a better sense of how it fulfills its work. And so you'll recognize a lot of the contents of the document, but we've tried to build it out more to make it more usable for the council in understanding and making decisions about what actions you might want to take.
So in a minute, we'll have time to dig into it more deeply. Before doing so, I'm just going to provide just a high-level overview of what it is that you'll be looking at. The document is split up into 5 sections. The first of which is planning, priority setting, and policy guidance, which is all around actions to review data, set goals, recommend strategies, investments, and policy changes. And we see that as setting the foundation for implementation, which would be the subsequent sections 2 through 5. And so I'll just speak to them briefly. There's a host of responsibilities and related actions that the council can take regarding the RENs, the regional educator networks, around defining standards, approving plans and funding formulas. Similarly, programmatic actions around mentorship programs, and playing a convening role across other state agencies. And finally, rulemaking thinking about the kind of rules you can take to or make to codify priorities. And it's helpful to think about it in these ways because the direct connection to the roadmap will really be focused on the first section around planning, priority setting, and policy guidance. And so we'll go through 2 activities in this document. The first is looking across all 5 sections, get a high-level overview, and then we're going to zoom in on that first section because that will be really the scope of our roadmap that we'll be building out in the next couple of months, because the purpose of the roadmap will be to understand problems and set direction. We'll talk more about that over the course of the next hour or so. And that'll help ideally set out an implementation plan where you all will be able to get clear across these different responsibilities in sections 2 through 5 on the actions that you can take to implement. So I'm going to turn it back over to Emily to walk us through this next activity.
Great, thanks. So we're going to spend a little time digging into this roles and responsibilities document. We really want to have you dig in, read through it, help us understand what makes sense to you, what's unclear, what needs additional information, what might be surprising. As Tomas said, this is a draft. And as I mentioned, it's kind of a draft based on a previous draft that we got some feedback from you all in the subcommittee, but it can continue to evolve. And really, the goal is that it's a useful document for the council. So we want to make sure that you have what you need in it to help you do your work. So we're going to spend some time first individually reviewing the document. And we have a note catcher where you'll take some notes about towards these kind of buckets of questions. So first, what feels familiar or what have you seen the council do? That's the first column of the note catcher. What is new to you? So what are some things that might surprise you, or is there authority that you didn't know was the council's? And then questions you have, what's unclear? What would you want to discuss before acting on it? So I'm going to take a second just to walk you through the document to help orient to what you'll be looking at, and then I'll also show you the note catcher. And Bree dropped the document into the chat. It's a PDF. It looks like this. See if I can zoom in here a little bit more. So on the first page, there's just kind of an introduction to the council and to the work of the council. And then these, the table of contents, you can click through. It'll take you to the different sections of the document. In each section, there is a summary of the statute, as well as any relevant rules for this set of responsibilities. And then it has a table that tells you, that kind of breaks down that statute and those responsibilities into a description of the different types of things that can be done, and then some potential actions that the council can take within that responsibility. This first page, what's in green, as Tomas said, is really what we're focused on with the roadmap. So this is the section that we're really going to talk the most about today, but we're first going to give you a chance to look more at the entire document. So there's that first section around planning, priority setting, and policy recommendations. And then the next section around the regional educator network. So again, what's the statute? What's the authority? What are the rules? And then we break that down for you into the responsibility, the description, and the potential actions. And a note that this document is it is the things that the council either has done or that, to the best of our ability, the staff has identified the council can do. But we really want to hear from you about if you're wondering if there's things missing, if you have questions about what things mean. The third section is around the beginning teacher and administrator mentorship programs. So there are a set of laws that create mentorship programs for novice educators, teachers, and administrators. And this program has a lot of statutes and rules on the books. And we had one-time funding. Since the council was established, we had one-time funding in the 24-25 year, and we implemented this specific mentoring program with that additional funding. So this is a program that we haven't talked a lot about at the council, but it is, we did in that time, but I know a lot of you were not here in that time period. And so there's a lot of potential to dig in here around what does this mean for the council. The fourth section is educator initiatives advising. So this is speaking to some of the ways in which the council is named in law to be working with state agencies on a couple of different initiatives, like the Oregon Teacher Scholars Program, the Elevating Voices in Education, or EVE Workforce Survey, as well as the Educator Equity Act. And then finally, the section around rulemaking, the council has the ability to adopt its own administrative rules. It also works with other bodies like the Higher Education Coordinating Commission, the State Board of Education, and the Teacher Standards and Practices Commission for those bodies to adopt rules for their agencies. So the council does have the ability to adopt its own rules, though I will note that the council has never done that itself. We do not have an established process with the Secretary of State to adopt our own administrative rules. So let me pull back up the deck here. Oh, actually, I'm going to show you the note catcher too. That was the other. So the note catcher, a lot of you are in there, great. So this first part is where you're going to be typing in your notes as you kind of do some individual review of the roles and responsibilities document. So thinking about, again, what feels familiar, what have you seen the council do, what's new to you, and then what questions do you have? So I'll pause there, just put this back up. Are there any questions about the activity we're going to do? And we can take anywhere from like 8 to 12 minutes, depending on how much time folks need to do this initial review. And then we're going to come back together, and most importantly, have a whole group discussion about it. But I'll pause there to see if there's any questions before I release you.
I just have a quick comment. And that is that this is really like the crux of what you do. So this is like a really important conversation and document so that you know what power, potential levers you all have to do the work that we've been set out to do. So I really appreciate the work that's being put into this, and your input is going to be really important to us. So thank you. Just wanted to say that.
Yeah.
I really appreciate what I'm seeing and how well organized it is to keep us focused on the authorities we have and the initiatives we're pursuing and how we can do this well. I am aware that early learning is not part of the original body of statutes as part of the EAC. I'm just wondering if how do we remain aware of and connected to the work that happens with early learning as we do our roadmap planning?
Thank you. That's a great noticing. And I hope I know Kevin is here from the West Ed team. We're taking notes on everything that all of your noticings. And so I think that's an important one that this council can grapple with, because you're right, there is nowhere in law or rule currently where there is an explicit program or initiative or funding that is tying the work of the Educator Advancement Council to something being implemented through the Department of Early Learning and Care. Yeah, Chair Weathersby.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I also wanted to say that this is a switch, right? We're changing a little bit of how we do our status quo work. This is good work that we're doing, and I would want to make sure that all of our stakeholders, our educators, knew that we were doing this great work and that things are being refined and just, amazing, right? Like that we're taking some really great steps. So I would like to make sure that we have a good plan to output this information.
Great, thank you. Yeah. All right. If there's no questions, let's start with like 8 minutes, and we can take more time if we need to just individually review the document, start taking some notes. Just feel free to jot them into that note catcher document. And then I will let us know. I'll start a timer and call everyone back together so that we can have a deeper discussion. These are some great comments to get us started as well. You can feel free to go off camera, mute, whatever you need to do while you're doing some individual work.
What time are you having them return, Emily?
I just started a timer, so it'll be in at about 9:40.
Okay, I just made a quick slide if you want to put that one up while people are working.
Oh, perfect. Thank
Cameras
you.
are off.
I do see Director Rhodes just joined us. Thank you so much. I'm going to drop in the chat that we're reviewing an EAC roles and responsibilities document that we've drafted. You were in the subcommittee, so you've seen a prior version of this. We're taking just about 8 minutes to individually work through the document, and then there's a note catcher. Oh, and Bree just put all the links in for you. There's a note catcher document. You can jot down some of your thoughts as you review the document.
Perfect. Thank you very much for
Yeah.
your patience with me this morning.
No
And
problem.
yeah, it was quiet. I thought maybe I slammed the door or something like that.
Welcome. Well, we're glad to have you. Thanks for joining. All right, that was about 8 minutes. Maybe folks could give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down if you are ready or if you need a little bit more time. All right, I see a couple thumbs up. Okay, looks like it asked for maybe 2 more minutes. We can definitely do that. Feel free to take just a couple more minutes to finish up your review. All right, well, maybe we'll start to come back together. Um, so I just want to open it up. I'm seeing a lot of really great notes in the note catcher. So thank you so much for taking the time to give us some feedback and just to help us process through. Like Tomas said, the really the purpose of this conversation is for us to figure out how to best support you and for you to help us know what would be helpful for us to prepare for the May meeting, as we're going to spend a lot more time getting into thinking about how this council takes these responsibilities and applies them to the priorities that you've already started to articulate and really starts to prioritize those priorities and actions that you might take. So I'll open it up if anyone would like to share a little bit about the things in this document that confirmed what you thought. So what was familiar? What have you seen the council do?
I just wanted to say that as a teacher, I wasn't aware of EAC for a really long time, but I was aware of the RENs. So the RENs have been pretty visible and they have provided a lot of support. And so I do really appreciate the support EAC is providing teachers through the RENs. And then throughout that document, I just noted that it's really clear that there's a lot of thought put into how to best support teachers in classrooms, which obviously I'm very grateful for. So.
Thank you. There were a lot of comments on the document. I can just share a couple of those. I think similar to what Director Bell is saying, support for educators is strong throughout the document. Many of the educator workforce challenges we've identified are systems level issues that exist between agencies, not with a single program or agency. EAC is in a good position to address those issues. The purpose of the RENs was familiar. Keeping the needs of educators at the center of our efforts as a council while thinking at the systems level. EAC's most important role is planning and priority setting across multiple agencies, establishing new RENs or changing REN boundary lines, adopt sponsoring organization criteria, adopting criteria for approval of REN plans, and establishing prescribed characteristics of educator network. So sounds like a lot of what is in the document around the RENs is familiar, or you've seen the council do, which is great. What about things that were new to you or that surprised you or that you didn't realize was within the authority of the council?
I can speak to one of the things that I put in the note catcher, and it wasn't necessarily like a surprise or I didn't know it was our authority, but it was a huh. And as I look through it and search and find for the word equity, it really shows up only 8 times, and 7 of those times is the title of a report or a project. And I'm wondering what that says about how grounded the work is in equity if it is not in descriptions and responsibilities. And that is not completely surprising to me because of just the nature of the document, and we can't, it doesn't have grounding principles and those things in it. But I think I am wondering what that would mean to somebody coming in and reading this document and what they would believe is the role of equity in our work and the goals that we might have around that and how that may or may not be different than previously.
Thank you.
I want to ask about that as well a little bit, Andy, to clarify. I believe a lot of things, language has changed because of the state of our world today. Um, and yeah, I wish that wasn't our reality.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Weathersby.
I am.
Yes,
thank you. I think this is a really important issue to raise, the issue of how frequently the word itself, equity, appears in our work. And as we work in the current environment in which we are now, with differences of understanding of what it means, particularly from a federal policy perspective and the state of Oregon, I try to remain focused in my professional work on the work that I do that is actually focused in terms of policy on solving the problem or tackling the problem in such a way that it's systematic, it's systemic, and knowing that the policies we're trying to implement address the needs of the most needed. I try to remain focused on that. And I believe that the consequent changes that we will see in socioeconomics and race and geography will flow from that. So I try to remain focused on understanding the problem and policy solutions for that problem or those problems, particularly from a systemic perspective, and not get pulled into a very fraught conversation that might distract the focus of what the policy is intended to work on.
Thank you. I can also share out some of the other comments that were in the notes document, but if anyone else wants to speak to anything feel free to just come off mute at any time. One note, the full scope of the council's authority around mentorship programs was more extensive than I first realized. Rulemaking was not something I'd connected to EAC before, and I wonder how this can be leveraged in ways to continue to support the work and move equity forward. Not a surprise, but an appreciation this document has evolved many times over the last 8 months and continues to bring our efforts, capacity, and influence into focus. Yes, continue to evolve is is a key part there. Making recommendations to the HEC was something I hadn't thought about in a while. And then facilitate connections and communication among networks to improve teaching and learning. We have been expecting the RENs and educators to make those connections. Question marks, that's a question. Have we been? There are strong REN programs available. However, awareness at the local level appears limited. Increased communication and outreach are needed to ensure all eligible staff understand and can access these opportunities. I think those comments might be pointing to something that we also notice as staff if you look at the responsibilities of the council, it does say that the council has a role to play in facilitating, pull it up, facilitate connections and communication among networks to improve teaching and learning. And our team was struggling to articulate how we've seen the council do that in the past. Besides, having RENs present or, doing the site visits. And so would welcome more of a conversation around what do you see the council's role in that work being? That's definitely a place, I think, for further development. Anyone want to share any feedback around what's unclear or what you would want to discuss more before acting on it? Yeah, Director Dijon.
I'm sorry if I'm being too vocal here. I hadn't really thought about the responsibility of the EAC for rulemaking. And we do have it. And I'm wondering if in our evolution or the evolution of the EAC, we were not mature enough to think about how to leverage it. And are we at that point now? In other words, what are the benefits of rulemaking that we should use as one of our tools that we are not yet doing? And how would we deploy that tool that we have not been so attentive to?
Yeah, great question.
Good morning, everyone. I'll kind of comment a little bit about what I added, and it's around the mentorship programs. I'm just kind of wondering that if that is a big part of what the council can focus on. If we have looked at what existing mentorship programs there are that are successful, that we can use as either model or foundation to when we talk about standards. So we are not sort of like trying to reinvent the wheel. And create then sort of like competing premises of what a good mentorship program is. And then two, that in that path, we're being very intentional for these mentorship programs to be integrated into the pipeline and system of the teaching workforce, so that it's not kind of like a standalone again thing that may or may not be selected to be done, but that it's an actual like core piece of ensuring that we have strong teaching workforce and educator pipelines.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just share a few more things that I'm seeing in the notes. So things about like what's unclear, what would you want to discuss more? How to improve visibility among educators so they know the EAC and the resources they provide. Some curiosity around what the monitoring process would look like for potential actions related to collaborating to use federal reports to monitor school district and education district progress on meeting the state goal around educator diversity. A comment around prescribing language makes me nervous. There tends to be challenges around rural and urban delivery models. It needs to be flexible enough to meet the needs of all RENs. We talked about rulemaking. If we as a council start to dream of ideas for tweaking the system to improve the professional experiences for Oregon educators, it'll be interesting to test this framework and put it in action. So there's a lot of comments in this one, which is great. I mean, I won't read them all, but I encourage you to read them. And we will definitely we'll post these online as well after, but these are all going to be really helpful for facilitating more conversation as we go forward. So I'm going to move us, if there's no other comments, I'll move us into our next activity, which is actually, if you scroll down, there's a part 2 to that note catcher document. And I will share my screen again of what our next activity is. So we now want to go a little bit deeper into the section 1 of this document, because that's really speaks to the scope of the roadmap work, which is what we are trying to articulate over these next few months. And so this section 1 is really the actions that you're going to use to build the roadmap. And we staff and our WestEd colleagues really want to hear from you, which feel familiar and which need more support in order for the council to feel ready to design, or for us to design the May and June meeting, so that you will feel empowered and able to really articulate what you see as being important to the roadmap. So we'll spend a little bit more time, again, individually, reviewing that section 1, the planning, priority setting, and policy recommendations. And then we're gonna ask you in the note catcher to use these little icons to vote on each of the actions in there. Your vote is, you're gonna paste in that little green checkbox if you feel we've done this. A little orange diamond there if you think we haven't done this, but I can see how we would do it. And then a question mark if you're not sure what that action would look like. And so in the note catcher, I'll pull that back up. You can see these icons are right above here, and there's a list of all of these activities that we've put in section 1. And so what you'll do is, so for example, as a member of the council, if you wanted to review available data on educator professional learning and support needs, one action you could take is requesting data from state and local agencies. You could say, oh, I've done that. I know how to do that. I'm going to just copy, paste that. That's my vote. Identify relevant research and reporting, invite presenters. Haven't done that, but I could see how we would do that. That makes sense. Inviting educators, local education agencies, RENs to share their needs. Maybe you're not really sure what that would look like. You can paste in that question mark like that. So if you we'll take, I think, about 5 to 8 minutes again. You can go through and just paste in your vote for each of these items, and feel free, and please do jot down comments or questions in this third column, and that'll help us understand what your votes are. All right, so we'll take a few minutes to do that individually again, and then we'll come back together and again have a full conversation. Does about 8 minutes again feel appropriate? Okay. We'll keep an eye on how much voting is happening, and if it seems like we're ready to come back sooner, I will bring us back. But we'll come back at 10:08. So feel free to camera off, mute, whatever you need to do. And I'm actually going to keep this document up on the screen while we're doing that. So we can kind of see the progress. Oh, and I will drop the link in again. There's the link. And here's the roles and responsibilities document if anyone needs it as well. Oh, sorry, those are very messy links, but those should work. Welcome, Director Perez. Thanks for joining. We're just doing some like individual reactions and voting on a document. So we'll get you caught up to speed. We'll be finishing that up in like 2 minutes, and then we'll give you a chance to do it too. And Bree just put the links in the chat if you want to take a peek. We're looking at section 1 of the roles and responsibilities document, and then sort of doing some voting on those actions if we're familiar with them, if we have questions about them, things like that. All right, there's a lot of great voting and questions and comments being added. Maybe folks just want to give me a thumbs up or come back on camera if they are ready. Give just another minute or so for folks to wrap up. Still a lot of writing, which is great. Keep going. Don't stop. All right. Well, feel free to continue finishing up your thoughts or your voting. I want to open it up. First, one question I have is, how was this activity? And how do you feel about the content of the section 1 now that you've had a chance to kind of look through it? I think Dr. Potter's giving a thumbs up.
It was really helpful for me because I was trying to, I felt like the task in my brain was moving from the theoretical to the applied. And there's gaps in that in my understanding and what I've seen so far as a newer director. So I felt like it was really helpful for me to understand my own gaps in understanding and then the limited experience I've had so far, the capacity that we've had so far. So it was really helpful.
Great. I think you just named one of the maybe key challenges of this roadmap work is going from that conceptual or theoretical and these discussions of big challenges to, okay, what is this council's role in that, and getting clear on some of the more tangible things that can be done. Great. Does anyone want to speak to some of their takeaways or thoughts after having gone through and reviewed? I'm seeing a lot of areas where there's a lot of green check marks. So particularly in like requesting data, looking at research, inviting, hearing information from different partners, and then looks like there's more question marks and wonderings around when we get into like reviewing state policies and programs, particularly requesting presentations or reports from state agencies, ESDs and LEAs. One question other than rent plans, about what? And then looks like a couple other questions and wonderings around setting biennial goals and identifying key metrics. Also around identifying data and sources to be used in tracking and baseline metrics and targets. So lots of wondering around this setting biennial goals action. And then around recommending high leverage strategies, lots of green check marks around identifying potential strategies for improvement related to goals, but questions around reviewing relevant reporting, data and research, and then some questions around requesting progress reporting from current work. And then getting into recommending needs and opportunities for additional investment. Looks like there's a lot of question there about what that would look like. Or sorry, that one is that we haven't done it, but people could see how that would, let me check, am I right? That one's haven't done it, but could see how we would do that. And then with one question around that, and then recommend changes to policy or program strategies. Maybe some questions around monitoring efficacy of communication and priorities or recommendations. So curious overall, if folks want to share a little bit about, what are some of your thoughts or wonderings or takeaways, if you want to just bring voice to any comments, or there's a lot of questions in here that are posed by individuals. If you have answers to those questions or thoughts on those questions. Yeah, Director Nicholson.
Yeah, I wanted to acknowledge the comment about the tension between the data that the state might be seeking and the data that this group might find valuable. Most of the state metrics, if we're linking this to accountability, are student outcomes. And we hold the responsibility of helping our practitioners in the classroom. And that data, I think, looks different. To measuring teacher behavior is different than measuring student outcomes. And so I think that as I review this, and that's sort of what's been on my mind, and that person said it way better than I could, so I appreciate their word tension. Both have value. One is more accessible. The other is it would be very different and new for our state in particular, and just that we would hold. I hope we would take a lot of thought and time, or sorry, let me rephrase that, take a lot of time and thought into our role in that, our impact in that, and really our authority and power, and really what would be most valuable for teachers and kids.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of nodding from others. Yeah, Director Dijon.
There is a question about who would do the identification of relevant research and reporting and inviting presenters. And I was speculating or trying to think, would this be relying on like a cross-agency research team or identifying one agency that would be sort of tracking best practices, what the data we actually have in the state says, or would this be contracting with a third party to do it? I was just trying to think of where the capacity to do this work would come from. It is one thing for the EAC to identify some research questions, but really digging into the data we have and figuring out what research we should do. I was just wondering, as someone has said, whose role that would be.
Yeah, great question.
Thank you for mentioning that one. That was actually my question, so I would love to know more about that.
I don't know if I can fully answer that question. I think it's something that we definitely have to take into consideration and think about. And actually, I think where Tomas is going to take us next might help us start to think about, depending on what data we're talking about, depending on what research or tracking or what is the plan. You might start to see, okay, it would make sense for this group to do that or this group to do that, and then I think issues of capacity come up, and it might mean some prioritization. It might mean multiple team, having to coordinate across multiple teams. So yeah, I think as we get deeper into thinking about what specific data or research we're talking about, it could go a lot of different ways. Great. Any other questions that are standing out to you there or that you'd like to speak to?
I think the other thing that I was thinking about when I was going through is trying to also distinguish in my mind, like what is an EAC staff member responsibility and what is a director responsibility? And some of these, I think I want to put a check because I'm like, yeah, the EAC does it. And I'm like, well, the staff does it. So yay, you, but is there more we should be doing to support with that? And so that was kind of where, and I think I put it in one of those, especially when it comes to like speaking to legislators and telling the story. I think that that's something the staff does and does super well. But maybe that's something that we can also do more around too.
Great, thank you. Yeah, there's definitely a tension around that too, in terms of when we say that EAC, what's within the capacity of this council, you as individuals who have full-time jobs doing something else, and then what's within the capacity of a staff team, whether it's the EAC staff team and then other agency staff teams as well, or REN staff teams.
And I'll just add to that one, and those are discussions we have as a staff as well. We take it very seriously in what is the role of the council, what's in legislation, and something that's changed or shifted a little bit this year is I'm meeting regularly with the chair and the vice chair. So every week I meet with them and we are talking about what's coming up and then running things by them just to have that communication. But I think that question that you asked about, is there more that the council could be doing, should be doing? That's part of this roadmap work, because we really want to honor what the intent of the council is, and recognize that there are pieces that the council, you have the authority to do. Staff, we are ODE staff, and we're navigating that world alongside you. But the more information you have as a council, the more that you dive into these documents, the better informed we will be as a staff to move forward the work of the council. And I think this is a really critical work for us this over the next few months. And so thanks for bringing that up.
Okay, is there anything else that anyone wanted to mention or elevate? All right. I'm going to.
Sorry, Emily, I just saw Director Potter off mute.
Oh, I was just percolating, and so processing. So I'll say it and we can ignore it. But there was one, the recommend needs opportunities, it was make recommendations to the legislature. And I know it's about budget, but then it's also strategies and implement alignment coordination. And there was no comment. There was a lot of try or diamonds and question it. And then Karen or Dr. Perez, your comment about meeting with the legislators, I think is so powerful because the reason why we exist is to help inform systems. And so for the legislature to be designing and tweaking the system over here and the EAC to be over here, it seems like we could play a stronger role in informing those tweaks to the system rather than, I don't know, it seems backward right now a little bit. So I appreciate you articulating the role that the staff is playing in helping to advise the legislature. And then I'm wondering too, could that help reduce the tension between everybody wanting to look at different things so that we're working together and collaboratively? So that was just what was percolating in my head.
Thank you. I think that's a really important perspective because this council is it's a coalition. It represents 4 state agencies. We have educators, we have higher education, education preparation partners. We have our tribes are represented. I think for this group to make recommendations on what would help educators help students would be really powerful, and might help bring some of that alignment and coherence that I think would help with in that policymaking process.
Yeah, in my mind, I agree with that because if a legislator is presented with a bill or a policy suggestion or a legislative concept, it seems natural for it would like, why wouldn't you present it to the EAC and say, hey, give me your feedback? Because you've got OEA, OSEA, heck, TSBC, like all the alphabet soups represented here. And if we all agree this is going to be magic for our kids, then the idea would be probably very well voted on, easy to pass, implemented with fidelity, right? It would, I don't know, it just seems like such a nice little spot of advisory and insight that would be pretty cool to leverage.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Director Dujon.
I'm just wondering if this issue is one of awareness of what or a lack of awareness by legislators of who's on the EAC or the makeup of the EAC and the work that it does, or if there is another explanation. Because I do understand the EAC has to be cautious with advocacy, but it can be in an advisory role and it can be very forthcoming with its advice, not advocacy. But I'm just wondering, Melissa, from your concern, Director Porter, from your concern, how do we bridge legislator awareness of what the EAC does and who is part of the EAC to close that gap in terms of getting in alignment for work that will actually lead to the sort of outcomes we want for the state?
Thank you.
Emily, one thing, and pardon my tardiness, and if this is too far out in left field, then we can table it for a different time. But when I read staff versus council, and when it talks about using data tracking or these matrices of some sort, I'm wondering if we need to explicitly call out calibration and having some sort of training regarding how we can be calibrated when we're looking at data and to use it in its intent and to interpret it in its measurable informational capacity. So I don't, I was trying to look through and I didn't really see that, but I also feel like it needs to be put out there, just saying calibration is needed, but we also need to be trained on that.
That's a great, yeah, that's a great maybe gap in the things that we've named as being part of this process and this set of actions. Thank you. Yeah, how we bring these things to life is there's a lot. And so I think, and this might be a good transition into Tomas's kind of the next part we're going to talk through, but I want to name that the scope of the roadmap work is going to set us up to go deeper, like Director Present, to what you're talking about. Like, okay, these are the things that, and I'm taking Tomas's topic, but like these are the things that we think are important. These are the things that we want to know more about. And then we're going to have to intentionally plan and dig a little deeper to really get into, okay, what are we actually going to do to take action on these things? But I think at this point, this council, I hear this in what you're talking about, is saying we are going to need to know more about what it is that we're talking about. And we're going to need to know how to best use data that's appropriate. And that is, I think to Director Nicholson's point too, there's a tension when we talk about student outcomes data, when we talk about educator practice data. So there's a need to spend more time understanding what's going on with the system. And so I will pass it over to Tomas to take us into looking at our systems map. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Emily. And I appreciate all of the questions and comments. Because I think what we're hoping to accomplish over the coming months is achieve that greater level of clarity as to how can we move all this forward as a council in partnership with staff and other agencies and interest holders like the legislature. And so what I'm hoping to do is to start to color in some of those details as to like what that might look like in the coming months. And so what we've done so far, like in here visualized on the left-hand side, is outlined a host of challenges and also opportunities that educators across the state experience. And today we started outlining what some of the actions might be. And what we want to be able to do is prioritize across this set of challenges that have been identified. We've got limited set of resources. How do we achieve the most amount of impact? And one way to do that is to recognize that some of these problems on the left-hand side are more symptomatic, and some of them are more are drivers. So what's the interdependency across these different problems? To that end, we created a mapping of these different problems that we'll share in a moment to help us understand, well, if I address this problem, that might actually address these other problems as well. And also to understand what's within the EAC authority to act on. And that's what was outlined in the roles and responsibilities. So we want to introduce the second artifact here for the day, the systems map, which is meant to visualize a causal picture. And I would see it as a hypothesis. If we have these kinds of challenges or these kinds of needs that educators face, what might be, what do we hypothesize are the drivers behind those challenges? The sources behind what we'll share were the input from you all, the survey that we shared out to different interest holders that we reviewed in the last session, and as well as some additional research. And the purpose of which is, as I've been saying, is to help draw a connection between the challenges we've been talking about and the actions from that first section that you all just dug in greater detail. And I'm hoping to solicit just some like high level feedback and reflections from you all so that in a month, in May, when we meet again, we can kind of hit the ground running and thinking about actions at the level of detail that you all are asking about. Yep. So I'm just going to voice this over at a high level, and Kevin will chat in a version of this for you all to follow along if you'd like. There's a lot of text here, and so I'll try and be brief, but an important call out before I begin is that this is certainly incomplete and incorrect. It's meant to serve as just a starting point. We will leave some time here at the end to solicit your feedback on things that feel right or might be gaps. And again, we'll have time in May to move things around as you might see fit. So at the top here are anchoring our map, the student needs that kids across the state might face that have come up in our conversations. And I'll let you read through those. And that's important because we want to anchor our actions ultimately on what kids, what we think are best for the kids. And one of the things we've been hearing is, well, there's some barriers that educators across the state face to addressing these student needs. And so that's in red, such as new educators entering into the profession without structured support, folks particularly in rural communities facing professional isolation, unsustainable workloads and stress, the workforce not reflecting student diversity, and then educator voice challenges. So then we ask ourselves, well, why might some of those things be happening? We engaged in a root cause analysis with you all, or started to, and through our survey, captured what might be these hypothesized contributing factors. So in other words, some of the things in red might be happening because of some of the things in orange here. So grant funding is unstable, and because of that, we might hypothesize that we're not able to develop some of the programs for new educators that provide the best support for them. And these challenges are not new, and there have been a lot of initiatives at work over many years. Why might these continue to fall short to at least some extent? And one of the things we've been hearing are here in yellow, what we've titled the capacity gaps, which is there's fragmented governance and lack of data systems to help inform where there are challenges and what we can do about them. We also heard what's outlined here as the external forces, these just a broader context that's important to name that makes adds a different layer of complexity to and challenges to addressing these, and that's around the profession being historically devalued and tax structures and the inequities that those can provide. So what's the connection between this and the roadmap and the roles and responsibilities that you all just looked at? Section 1 that we just talked through, which was around investigating problems, reviewing data, setting goals, recommending strategies, is where we'll be focusing on our roadmap, which I see as the connection between this red and orange. So if these are our biggest needs, and again, subject to change as we see fit over the coming sessions, how are we going to learn more about them using the tools at our disposal in that first section of the roles and responsibilities document so that we can ultimately take more strategic actions around them? All of the subsequent sections in the roles and responsibilities document, I think, are ultimately around implementation of those learnings and get at some of these other layers here in the systems map, which is around addressing governance and data barriers and programmatic elements around RENs and mentoring. And so what I want to do now is go through just a total hypothetical example to paint a picture of what it might look like to make these different connections and what our work might look like next session when we meet in May. And over here on the left are the questions that I'll be asking you in just a few minutes. So I just want to preview them now. I'm going to go through, again, the process, the content of which is illustrative, but I'll be asking you what about this process feels clear and ready to act on, what might feel challenging about it, and what can we do on the West Ed side or on the staff side to help you feel ready to engage in this work in earnest in May. And so let's say in this example that I'm going to go through is we might prioritize educators facing unsustainable workloads and stress as that's something we really want to tackle. From there, we would say, okay, what do we think are the biggest drivers to workload and stress? We might say, well, educator preparation programs don't match the needs that students have, and professional development doesn't prepare our educators in the right ways to meet those needs. And so that lack of preparation might cause some stress. And so we can think of those as hypotheses, right? If we have professional development that is generic as opposed to targeting of educator needs and don't provide them with the right tools, that'll lead to stress. Similarly, if preparation programs leave our particularly new educators underprepared to serve students, be they multilingual learners or otherwise, they might feel like they have a greater workload in meeting those student needs. In outlining it this way, that helps us create a clear direction by way of a goal. So if we were to have, in this case, targeted PD and stronger preparation programs within the next couple bienniums, so we could say, well, by 2030, we might say that educators are reporting measurable improvement in workload sustainability and reduction in job-related stress, as measured by the workforce survey. So naming these hypotheses can give us a clear direction and set some goals. It also allows us to think about specific actions. And so this table here is a sample application of the roles and responsibilities. On the left-hand side are the actions from that first section. And this is related to some of the questions that were asked, like, what might it look like to actually do the thing? Well, if we want to test, for example, the connection between professional development gaps and stress, we might request EVE results on educator-reported stress and professional development relevance ratings. We can work with the staff to do that to identify patterns. If we want to learn more about preparation to test whether educator preparation programs are really prepping folks to address classroom needs, we can request reports from TSBC and HEC on how prep programs align with the different needs of different students across the state. And ultimately, we can't improve what we can't measure. And so we can use EVE to establish baseline metrics around workload sustainability and set monitoring schedules over time to track that. And so I say all this again as an example to say, what is the direction or what is the content that might fit into the roadmap that we'll be working on through June? Well, we might want to take a set of priority areas. Priority area in this hypothetical example was around educator stress, and set both goals and a learning agenda around that. Where the goal is the change that you'd want to see over the next, let's say, 3 to 4 years. It's specific enough to matter, yet is open enough to allow for learning that'll happen throughout the process, and is aligned to state goals to make sure we're impacting state priorities. and has a learning agenda. So somewhat of an implementation plan, which could be as specific as something that Director Perez was just saying around, well, how do we get trained in looking at data, for example, and get to the space where we're saying these are the hypotheses we'll investigate, and tying it to the roles and responsibilities document. So I want to pause here for a moment, in thinking if this is the level of detail we want to get to in our time together in May and into June. I invite you to either chat in or just get off mute and chime in. What about this process feels clear and ready to act on? What might feel challenging or unclear? And is there anything that we can do to help you be ready? And we'll just be taking notes because we want to make sure we're meeting your needs in the coming sessions.
I guess my first thought was just what if we don't have the data we need about something in particular? So like I saw early literacy come up as an example in your last slide. And I know that science of reading is really big right now, and outside researchers have kind of tried to look at our educator prep programs and see what they're teaching and how they're doing it, and there hasn't been a lot of they haven't been able to get a lot of information. So what if we're looking at something and we don't have data or information to use?
In that there's data that you would like to receive or have access to, but either that data is inaccessible or might not exist.
Yeah, so if we were looking for data to try and act on, how successful students are being trained in their educator prep program, for example, for the goal that you showed, and if there is not data on that, like what would be your next step? Like that just feels challenging to me as far as thinking about that.
Yep.
If I recall correctly, Tomas, you the work or the prep identifies 8 areas, priorities that we would hopefully work through. Do you think at that session in May we'll be able to get through all 8 of them, or you anticipate we'll get through all 8 of them over a number of sessions?
What we tried doing is using the systems map to organize those 8. And so one thought would be to engage in May using the systems map as a way to prioritize which educator needs, which buckets are most important to focus on based on their related drivers.
Okay, thank you.
And just to say that it is, and why we also talked about the roles and responsibilities today, is often like the 2 criteria to think about in prioritization is like impact and effort. So how much impact might we have in addressing this problem, and how hard it is it to have that impact? And similar to Director Bell's question a moment ago, we want to, one way to think about prioritizing is, well, what's like low-hanging fruit, for example, or if something is high impact and high effort, that we're engaging in that intentionally. But we only know something is high effort if we know exactly what it takes to do that. And therein lies the roles and responsibilities and what kind of data we might need, for example, and if we have access to that. And so there'll be, I think, some back and forth between the roles and responsibilities and prioritizing.
I have a question about the educator workforce systems map, and I'm super linear. And so I'm wondering if this is actually the space to ask my questions or if I should ask like during a break. And so I'll ask the question and you can say, now that's a rabbit hole. But what is coming to mind is that first line of those 4 squares on slide 17, what Oregon's students need from the educator workforce. Those are the 4, when I read those, I was like, yes, that's where our hearts are, right? Like this is where we all came to this work. And right before we saw this slide, we were working with the roles and responsibilities. And it's interesting that my heart went, oh, finally, I got really happy, but I didn't see this represented on the roles and responsibilities. So I'm seeing, I don't see the same language. And I feel like this is operationalizing what Vice Chair Dujon and then Director Bales Molnar, you were talking about at the very beginning, was this equity work of why we all came to this space. And so my question is, and this is me totally not understanding, is how did we come up with those 4? Because that's really cool. I really like all of them. But where did those 4 buckets come from? Of the 4 things that students need from the educator workforce?
Yeah. They came from my interpretation of things that I heard you all say over the past couple of sessions, as well as what was raised in the surveys. And I think what's important is for you all to, I would say nothing here is set in stone, right? I would treat this as a starting point, and for us to, over the coming sessions, iterate on and improve. And what's most important is that you all feel like these are the needs that of students and ultimately of educators that we are looking to address. To your linear point earlier, I think that's exactly what we are hoping to do. I think that's really helpful feedback. Ultimately, we want to essentially draw a line from the blue boxes at the top, the student needs, all the way down to what you all as council directors are going to do as actions to impact those student needs. So that is our hope for this work. And in some ways, that's I think a helpful way of thinking about the roadmap. That the roadmap, that is what we're striving to do with that work. And so any additional thoughts that you have is like, what would help? Like, what do we need to do to get to that? I'd welcome.
I'd have to, oop, I'm sorry, Director John. I was just going to say I'd have to go back again to recreate some of those sessions in my brain. But one of the things that that I do recall was, out of the number of, possible solutions, to the kind of the different challenges that were identified, as we were working through that, I think we did finally come to some agreement that the buckets should be things that EAC actually, you know what I mean, would have most control of, that they actually could do, that they weren't a little more abstract or kind of beyond, what we could really make actionable as a group.
I think my comment echoes yours, Director Rhodes. I appreciate the specificity of such a roadmap. We say roadmap, but I appreciate the way we're walking through, and these 4 boxes that Director Porter appreciates. It's good to note that they actually came from the listening you and your staff have done to the conversations we've been having over time. It reassures me that you're listening well. And so where we are now actually is reflecting back to us what we have been trying to zero in on in terms of what we understand our work to be and where we would like to go.
Director Lolich, I saw you come off mute as well, if you wanted to.
Thank you. I don't know what happened to my raise hand feature. It seems to be gone, so apologies. One of the needs that I see, specifically the students with disabilities and multilingual learners need educators specifically prepared to serve them. it feels like it needs further unpacking so that we're sure we have the right root cause there. And I'm wondering when, like, when's the appropriate time to do that work?
I think this is actually a great transition to, if you open back up the note-taking document, and you scroll down to part 3, and let me try and pull that up as well. You will see that there is so similar to the comment that was just raised, and to Director Dujon's point earlier on like, hey, is this reflecting back what you all have shared? Space for you all to write in what here resonates, what feels like has been captured, accurately represents what you think are student needs, educator needs, what feels off or missing. So to answer the question directly, this is, number one, a great time to share some of that feedback. And then also when we get together in May, we'll spend time pressure testing this and getting into greater detail on some of those drivers. And so right now, I know there's a lot of text here, so I would say let's take the next 5 to 10 minutes, just individually writing in your different reflections. And this will be really helpful to us because then we'll be able to take this and between now and May, iterate on it, so that in May, we'll continue our conversation, but you'll be seeing version 2.0 that'll hopefully encompass the feedback that you share with us.
May I ask staff? I think we had originally planned to be done around 10:55. I think we'll go over that. Emily, are we making adjustments? Perhaps finish this and then take a break?
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you, Dr. Dujon. I know Tomas has to head out to something else at 11. So maybe we'll just take until 11 to take time to take notes. And I'll just take this opportunity to see if Tomas had any final comments. And then you can head out and we'll just wrap up and move on to the next thing after we complete this. And Tomas, thank you so much also for your facilitation. And yeah, just if you have anything else you wanted to say before heading out.
Nothing else on my end. I really appreciate the engagement from you all in all this, and your feedback. We'll do our best to incorporate it before we see each other in next month. There's a small exit ticket that I'll ask Emily to prompt, because that's just additional feedback that I'll hope to incorporate. But that is all. Thank you.
Thank you. And Tomas and Kevin, who's also on the call here from the WESED team, hopefully will likely be joining us in person at the May meeting. So as it'll be a great opportunity to really spend time together and dig deeper. So we're really hoping folks can make it to have a good conversation at that meeting. Thank you. So yeah, let's just take maybe right until 11 to continue filling out that feedback form, and then I will we'll do the exit ticket, and then we will take a break, and then we'll move to our next item. Thank you, Tomas.
Thank you.
All right, it's 11 o'clock. So if you want to, you can continue to, make more comments about the draft of the systems map. And feel free, you can access these documents throughout and after the meeting as well. So feel free to come back to this and add more thoughts if you want to. And I want to just emphasize that our team is here. This is our full-time job. So we're always here, happy to connect with you one-on-one if there are places you want to go deeper, either with the systems map, with the roles and responsibilities, with planning for our May session. We are more than happy to, we want to hear from you. We are here to make this work for you all. So please reach out if you would like some more one-on-one time with staff, and we'd love to get additional feedback or talk through these things with you. I will, because there's a lot of writing still going on the document, and because we are planning to take all of this feedback to bring a version of this in May, I might move us to our exit ticket. While we're doing the exit ticket, though, if anyone has anything they'd like to voice out and say into the group, please do. I'll just quickly share what the ask is for your exit ticket for this activity. So today we reviewed a detailed breakdown of the council's statutory authority in the form of action steps. We saw how section 1 of that roles and responsibilities document connects to the problems you've been identifying by way of the systems map. And we framed the roadmap scope around those priority areas, each with a strategic goal and learning agenda. So as we finish out here and to help us plan for May, there's 2 prompts that if you could just write these in the chat, and we'll grab them all. So first, the educator need, I think the roadmap should prioritize first is fill in the blank, because fill in the blank. And then second, the question I need answered before May is fill in the blank. So this will really help us plan for May and make the best use of that time. You can feel free to do this. We'll save the chat, so feel free to do this at any point in time right now, during the break, or afterwards. Or if you need more time to think, you can always email us your response as well. Though I recommend taking this meeting time to do it because, again, I know you all go back to your full-time jobs after this meeting. So I'll just give a few minutes to do this, but also invite anyone who would like to, if there's any feedback or thoughts about that systems map that you wanted to share out now, please do. Or if you're looking at other folks' comments, if you had questions about those comments.
Sorry, Emily, I had something come up. What are we working on right now?
Yeah, we're kind of doing 2 things. I will share this, and I actually will drop the exit ticket in the chat as well. Folks are still filling out feedback on the systems map, so you're welcome to keep putting feedback in there. You're welcome to share some of that out verbally if you'd like to. And then there's an exit ticket for this part of our agenda today. There's 2 questions, and I'll drop them in the chat that we would love to hear from everyone. And you can just put your answer in the chat. The first is the educator need. I think the roadmap should prioritize first is blank, because blank. And then second, the question I need answered before May is blank. And so I invite you to answer those questions in the chat. If you need more think time, you can always email your answers to us as well. I'm not hearing a lot of conversation. Maybe it would be a good time now to take a 5-minute break before we move on to our next agenda item. So unless anyone has any final comments or anything you'd like to elevate. All right. Great. So why don't we, Vice Chair Dijon, we will take a 5-minute break. We'll be back at 11:10, and we will then move on to our next agenda item. And thank you everyone for putting those responses in the chat, and you can keep doing that through the meeting.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. People are just still writing and coming back in. I'm going to wait to see cameras turn on to know that we are mostly back. Thank you. Thank you. It's 11:12 right now, and we have a lot to accomplish today. So we will go ahead with our next agenda item, and that's the Regional Educator Network's request for application updates, and that will be about 15 minutes. And I'll ask if Mercedes is with us today for that update. I do see you. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. Well, good afternoon, everybody. It's nice to see so many of your faces on the screen and really looking forward to seeing you all in person next month. We wanted to bring to you all an update on our conversation that we've been having over the last several months, really actually the last couple of years, related to the request for application, related to splitting up one of our rents into two separate regions. So if you could go to the next slide. Thank you. I know we have some new directors who have joined our council and some who have been along for the ride since the very beginning. And so before we get into the actual update, I wanted to ask you all to go down a little bit of memory lane with me, and bring everybody up to speed on how we came to be in this place. So back in December of 23, our friends down at South Coast ESD had made a request to the council to separate from our South Coast to Valley Wren and establish their own regional educator network. And at that same time, our South Coast districts, which there are 10 of them, had also submitted forms to the council that would opt them out of being part of the South Coast to Valley Wren. And at that time, we didn't have administrative rules to really address that request. And so fast forward to March of 24, the council engaged in multiple work group sessions where we revised the administrative rules. And we got feedback from our sponsoring organizations and our REN coordinators on that process. And then we had new administrative rules adopted by the State Board of Education that then allowed for us to move forward. And then if we look between May of 25 through August of 25, staff engaged in a lot of different conversations with our Willamette ESD, who is the current sponsoring organization of the South Coast to Valley Wren, as well as superintendents from those 10 districts down in the South Coast, and the superintendent and staff from the South Coast ESD. And so we did a lot of information gathering about what's going on, what are the challenges, what would it look like, and how would it strengthen supporting educators if there was a split to happen between the two regions. And so those findings were then brought to the council in September of 25. And right before that, Willamette ESD had also submitted a formal letter to the council with a request to end their sponsorship of the South Coast to Valley Wren. So at our September council meeting this past year, we had shared the letter with our directors, as well as the key findings from those conversations that we had with superintendents. And through that, you all had voted and approved to split the South Coast to Valley Wren into two separate regions, which then prompted us as staff to be able to get a process with ODE's procurement to do a request for application to then solicit new organizations to apply to sponsor the South Coast region as its own Wren, as well as an organization to sponsor the Willamette Valley region as its own separate Wren. So that brings us to our current day, which Emily, if you could go to the next slide, please. So it's been a long process, but it feels like we have made significant progress over the last several months specifically, because as of last month, we got through finalizing and drafting the request for application and its materials, which includes the application, the scoring rubrics. And so all of those materials, we've been assigned an attorney within the Department of Justice who is now reviewing all of those documents right now for legal sufficiency. So depending on how long that review takes, we are tentatively planning to actually launch the request for application to start soliciting organizations to apply April 20th. So here we are at April 1st. So it feels like there's a light at the end of the tunnel, which is great. And so this month, the charge ahead of us now is to establish an evaluation committee. And so I'll share a little bit about that in the next slide. So once the RFA launches and we have our evaluation committee established, the RFA will stay open for 30 days. And so during that time, a week after the RFA opens, we will work with procurement to do a pre-application webinar a week after it opens. So that way folks have time to review all of the materials, and organizations who are interested in applying can attend this webinar, and we'll walk folks through the actual application and they can ask clarifying questions at that time. So there's a little bit of a support structure built in to support organizations. So the RFA, like I said, will close on May 22nd. And so once it closes, the process is that procurement will then gather up all of the application materials and look through everything for completeness, and then prep those materials for the evaluation committee to review and then score. So the next step that will take place in June is those who sign up to be on the evaluation committee will have a required evaluation training that we'll have to go through. And so it's tentatively set for June 2nd from 9 a.m. to 10. And then the committee will have between June 3rd through the 10th to review and then submit scores for those applicants. And then our ultimate goal is that we will have done all of this and be able to send a notice of intent to award to 2 new organizations by June 18th, which then should position us well, fingers crossed, hopefully, to have new executed contracts in place by July 1st. So at the start of the year, we will have established 2 brand new RENs who then we as staff will work with to support to start setting up the actual structures of a coordinating body and start supporting them through the process of developing REN plans that will then come to you all for review and approval. Okay, so and I just want to reiterate this tentative timeline that is in that word tentative is really important because it's really bound by how long it takes us to get through the review process with the Department of Justice. So as that process progresses, we'll keep the council informed on if these dates shift and change. Specifically, those of you who may be interested in being on the evaluation committee. And then if we go to the next slide, please. So for those of you interested in being on the evaluation committee, you might be wondering what that means and what that looks like. So we are looking to have 6 directors from our council sign up to participate in the evaluation process. And so we'll have 2 groups. And so we'll have 3 directors in one group with 2 staff, and then 3 directors in the other with 2 staff. And so one group will review all applications that are submitted for the South Coast region, and then the other group will review all applications for the Willamette Valley region. And so we're doing it that way because both regions, whoever applies, they're only competing against other organizations who have applied for that same region, not both regions. So the way that it will work, once we get our committee put together is, like I said, there's a required 1 hour training that we'll all have to come together to do. And so during that time, our procurement partner will also have folks sign a conflict of interest form. And once all of those are completed and done, it will allow our procurement process to then share out with the different groups the application materials to start reviewing and scoring. Directors will be randomly assigned to one of the two groups. And then individually, you would review and score those applications and then submit your scores to procurement asynchronously. And so then ODE procurement will take those scores and tabulate them. And so because we are a council that has to abide by public meeting law, our groups won't be coming together to discuss or tabulate scores together to make sure that we're in alignment and that we're in compliance with the public meeting law, and because it's a competitive process. So once all of that happens, the top scoring applicants for each of those regions would then be the ones who would be awarded through the procurement process, that intent to award notification. And we'll go to the next slide, please. So like I mentioned, we're looking for 6 directors who maybe you can look ahead at your calendars if you're interested, who would be available to attend that June 2nd evaluation training that was going to happen from 9 to 10. And then also looking for directors that you would have that window of time open from June 3rd to the 10th to review and score those applications. We're estimating that it should take no longer than 4 to 6 hours to do the review and scoring of those applications. And so, but wanting to give you a heads up on what the time commitment would look like. So with that, if you are interested, I'm going to drop in a link into the chat for a sign-up form that you can submit to let us know that you're interested in participating in that evaluation committee. And then once we hear from folks, we'll have a deadline of April 24th for you all to let us know. And then after that, we'll be able to reach out to you individually with next steps in the process. And this link will go out to folks again at a follow-up email. Okay, now that I have just talked everybody's ear off, are there any questions or wonderings about the update and where we are in this process or the evaluation committee?
I just have a comment. I work, excuse me, I work with South Coast regularly, and they have shared with me unsolicited how appreciative they have been of EAC staff as they've worked through this transition. They've been really accessible for them and very, very helpful. So just wanted to pass along those kudos from the staff at South Coast.
Thank you for that. Okay, hearing no other comments or questions, Vice Chair Dijon, I'm going to turn it back over to you to keep us moving through the agenda.
Thank you so much, Mercedes. We will now move to item 4.3, which is the rotating director application and rubric revisions. And we have Emily join us again for that. Emily, are you ready?
I am. Thank you.
you.
Great, thank you. So another process improvement that we did following the subcommittee revision of the policies and procedures manual and the adoption of House Bill 3041 was to go back and look at our application process through which we recruit and select rotating directors to the council. And so I'm here today to share the revised documents with you and to give you another form to fill out to submit feedback and to kind of share what the next steps in this process will look like. So we, in compliance with House Bill 3041, as you all know, because these are your seats, you were half of the council, half of the rotating directors have terms ending this June, and half have terms ending a year from June, so June 2027. And so there are 8 rotating directors whose terms end in June. And then there's currently 1 rotating director seat that is vacant. That's the Educator Preparation Program representative seat. And so we are going to need to have rotating directors. You're invited to reapply to your seat when your term ends in June. And we also need to solicit applications for this vacant seat as well. And so the plan is to use these revised materials this spring. And I should also mention that in the policies and procedures revision process, the subcommittee did make a decision, and it's in the policies and procedures manual, that there isn't an automatic reappointment to a seat when your term ends. That the directors would go through an application process to reapply to their seat. And so I do want to say that what we've designed is one process through which new or reapplying directors would apply. It is an option to change this process a little bit as we go forward. However, due to the fact that we are making these revisions, it means that none of the current rotating directors would have completed this application. And so in order to be able to fairly assess if we were to get new applicants to the positions, we do need to use the same application process for everyone until we have this process set, and then can use those materials from others should we get new applicants. So we are planning to just use this one process for everyone this year. So why did we make revisions? Primarily due to feedback that we've received from the council, in particular from council members who participated in evaluation committees in the past and had done the process of looking at applications and scoring them. We heard a lot. We needed a lot of changes to our rubric, and there often was a sense that we didn't have enough information about applicants. And so we've rethought about how we could improve that. We also needed to make some changes just to align to the slight changes in the requirements with House Bill 3041. And as with a lot of things we've been doing, we've been trying to better align with processes that other boards and commissions use in the state, so that we are operating with more accountability and professionalism. And it also gives us an opportunity to elevate this application process. For example, we are planning, it might not happen this spring, but in the future, planning to use the Workday system, which is how all boards and commissions in the state solicit applications. And so our application would be listed there as well. So that would increase visibility for that application process. So one of the first things that we did is these didn't exist. So we created a set of desired attributes for rotating directors. And so this list comes from both looking at what are the responsibilities of council directors. The standing directors have had the opportunity, and the chair and vice chair, to look at all these materials. And so based on feedback from them as well. And just based on input and feedback we've gotten from the council over the years about what's important to you. And some of this we had conversations about during the subcommittee meetings as well. And so this list of desired attributes really informs both the application process and the rubric that we're using to evaluate the applications. I won't read through all of these, but you absolutely have the opportunity to provide feedback on these through this process. So the revised application process now requires a revised application form. So we're asking for contact and employment information, There are now 4 open-ended response questions about professional experience, communication, collaboration, and equity lens. And I see Bree has dropped the link to the application form in the chat, and so you can take a look at that. We've also revised the employer letter of support. This has always been required. It's an important piece of the application because we need to make sure that council directors can be released from their jobs to participate in council meetings and activities since they do take place during the workday. And so we've just made some improvements to make it really clear to the employer who might be signing it what the commitment is, what they're kind of signing up to, what they're agreeing to. And so that should help with some transparency and communication about what it means to be on the council. We've also added, so this is a new piece. There was a requirement previously to have to submit a recommendation along with your application, though it didn't specify where that recommendation needed to come from. So we've removed the requirement for the recommendation, and instead we have an optional letter of support that an applicant could submit from an education organization in Oregon. And so this is an opportunity where an organization that is a partner to the EAC or does work that's very relevant to the work of the EAC could choose to submit a letter in support of a candidate to say, this is someone we know, we work with, we strongly support this person, and this person would be great at supporting communication between our organization and the council. So this is an option that it wouldn't be required, but it might help the council understand. For example, this candidate is really well connected to, this organization that we want to have stronger communications with, and so that would give us more information about how we might improve those communication channels. Let me just pause there actually before I go into how you can submit feedback. Are there any questions that I can answer right now about this?
I just have a question. Do we have an overabundance of applicants to be on the council?
That's a great question. We do not.
So I'm curious if the 4 open-ended questions, just curiosity about how that could be rethought. I see teachers and principals, and that just takes extra time. Is there a different way we could get that information?
That's a great question, and that's actually one of the kind of main questions I have for you all is as you're reviewing these materials, does the application process create any unnecessary barriers for busy educators? We've had some internal conversations and I've had some conversations with the chair and vice chair and got some feedback from standing directors. And I think it is a concern. How do we balance understanding people who are applying, but also knowing that we don't want this to be too burdensome, that we don't get enough applicants. And so the questions that are in there are a little more, we're trying to be very focused on the important information that would be helpful in selecting rotating directors. They are shorter open responses. It used to be 2 pretty long responses, like essays. We've tried to shorten what you might need to write about, though they still are pretty big questions that we're asking. So I would definitely look for your all feedback on if you see what you think is important and what we really need to ask versus maybe that's not as important of a question, or could we rework these questions to be shorter? The other, oh yeah, Director Vance.
I just had, so to be clear, if you are currently a rotating director and you want to stay on the council, you would reapply and answer all of these questions?
Yes.
What I guess my understanding of what this council did before being on it is really different than my understanding now. Why ask the same questions if you've already been on the council? What's the purpose of that?
That's a great question. We can consider doing this a different way. Currently, because we are redoing this process, there's a possibility that someone who wants to continue and is reapplying, we would have to evaluate them against someone who has never been on the council before but is applying for the same seat.
Sure.
So we do need to figure out how to do that. However, we did consider having two separate applications. It just would be challenging to have a fair process if we were having to compare those two different types of people. That being said, if you have suggestions, we are definitely very open to hearing those.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Director Tallarico.
First of all, thank you for all your work on this. It looks amazing. I do share some concerns about reapplying if you're already on the council. One, I feel like an equity lens, like we already know what the council is doing moving forward, so that seems to me like it gives a leg up. And so I guess my question would be, what has past practice been for a director reapplying? And then could we some way incorporate that past practice in with our new method?
Yeah, thank you. In the past, the Policies and Procedures Manual said that a director could serve two-year terms. And so they would just say, yes, I want to continue at the end of their first term, and they would automatically continue for their second term. And then they couldn't continue after those two terms. And so the subcommittee had a conversation in the fall about this. And so our new Policies and Procedures Manual doesn't limit the number of terms that a rotating director can serve. So we talked a lot about just that. To your point, like you learn a lot being on the council. There's institutional knowledge. It's helpful for like sustainability and continuity to have people serve 2, 4, 6 years. That would be something that would be good for the council. The but there was a conversation about there should be some process through which a council director would have to reapply to continue. And so because the council wanted there to be an opportunity for the council to decide if someone should be able to continue in their seat. So we're not using that past practice intentionally, but like I said, this process is something we want your feedback on. Director Wilkinson?
So on the flip side of all of that, I'm curious about, especially like in the early learning role, that has such a wide range of people that it could apply to. And so if I were to say I want to reapply, but then I see some applicants that I think would be really valuable to have their voice, is there a process for that as well, or am I completely left out of seeing the other applicants, or how does that work?
Like if you've submitted an application, you would want to know, you would want to be involved in like assessing the applications? Is that what you're getting at?
Well, maybe somebody else can clarify, but I'm saying like if I were to reapply, but then someone else applied for the same position that I thought was an important voice on this council, and yes, I've had 2 great years, but I think that this other voice in this is would be valuable, then I could step back. But maybe that's just asking too much.
Yeah, it's a good question. I'm curious what other folks think about that. I think we've redone the rubric along with the application to try to give a more to be able to more holistically look at applicants and think about who would be the best fit for the council. So I think I would say, but I would welcome other folks to chime in. If we did a good job with that rubric and the folks who are using that rubric and making that decision, which ultimately are the standing directors, that would hopefully lead to the best candidate being selected.
I wanted to kind of go back to the conversation about the unnecessary barriers for busy educators. And I'm going to play a little bit of a devil's advocate here with that consideration and how weighty it can be. And part of that for me is if we're concerned that the time to fill out the application is a barrier for someone, to me, my next question that comes to mind is, well, then will the time to be on the council be a barrier? And also, we are asking for folks to have a letter from their supervisor, from their organization supporting this work. And so it feels to me almost like a little bit of a litmus test where if there is an educator who's interested in being on the council, do they have their support from their supervisor to carve out the time for the application? Are they going to be able to get out of the classroom? Like that feels like if those barriers that come up may also be barriers to participation. And is there a way that they can kind of reach out to us and we can have that conversation a little bit more? Because I think it'll be very challenging for me to say whether that creates unnecessary barriers for busy educators, because I'm not a busy educator, I'm a busy bureaucrat. And so I'm not sure if I'm able to judge that, but it also makes me think, is there another way where we can communicate, not just to those who are interested in applying, but to the people who will need to support them in their participation, and starting from the very beginning with the application process.
Yeah, thank you, Director Bills Molnar. I think, yeah, there's a lot to balance here, which is why we are definitely coming to you all for your input. And I want to mention one of the other things that came out of the subcommittee conversations and that actually Ashley and I have been starting to work on is really looking at how do we onboard and support new council directors. We used to pair people with like new directors with existing directors that they had additional point person to support them. We've also been wanting to do more of a robust onboarding process through which you get more opportunities to engage with all these new materials that we've created and understand the role of the council. And so we want to do more of that and are continuing to improve those processes as well. So definitely we'll come back for more input and feedback on that as well. I appreciate that. We're talking about one piece of a much more a much longer process. And I also want to mention that we've been talking a lot about how for recruitment and of vacant seats or of new directors, we need to be much more proactive and engage in conversations with partners, with you all to try to encourage and recruit people who would be really great and have important perspectives to participate in the council. So in addition to having these materials, we have a new website. We're going to have two different web pages. One will be more like a recruitment web page. We're going to try to create some more materials, and we're going to try to do more active outreach to partners. And so we'll be engaging you in helping us do that as well. I know I am running out of time, and I want to make sure we have time to talk about the Educator Equity Report as kind of a preview to the work group this afternoon. So the feedback form is dropped in the chat. We are hoping to finalize these materials as soon as possible this month. And I will say if this process that we use this year is not perfect, we can always make improvements to it. So if you could please do submit some feedback through the form. Again, I'm also happy to chat one-on-one. Would love to hear more if you have ideas or thoughts about how we could improve this. And then we will be planning to use this process hopefully by the end of this month and next month to do the application process for those who are wanting to continue. And very soon you'll be getting an email from Ashley that will give you information about your term ending and what you would need to do to reapply. And we'll also want to hear from you about whether you're planning to reapply or not, because that will tell us where we may need to do more recruitment for new directors. So thank you all so much. I really appreciate your feedback. Please do give us feedback, fill out the form and reach out if you'd like to have a conversation. And I will hand it back to Vice Chair DeJohn.
Thank you so much, Emily. And we coming up short on time, so I will invite Dr. Lane Gardner, to do the presentation on Educator Advancement Roadmap. And are you ready?
I am. It's the Educator Equity Report. We've already done the roadmap.
Sorry, I jumped ahead. I jumped ahead. Sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I will try to get through this very quickly, noting the time, but hello, I'm Lynn Gardner, and I don't think it's been, I think it's been a while since I've been in front of this group. I am a senior policy analyst for Educator Pathways and Workforce Initiatives, and I'm supporting the Educator Equity Report for the upcoming 2026. And if you want to go to the next slide, we'll just kind of get through this fairly quickly. And I'll just stop and pause here to note that we are pleased to have DELC joining the report. This has been something in the making for a while, and though they're not required in statute, they are willing to be part of our workforce report, which I think is very important. So appreciate those efforts on DELC's end. And we can go to the next slide. For those of you who don't know this report, there are two prominent goals, state goals, that the four agencies are now going to be working towards measuring. And the first one has been established for quite some time, and it is around the percentage of diverse educators employed in a school district or an education service district will reflect the percentage of diverse students in the public schools. And so that has been an established rule for this report, and very much grounds a lot of the data that you will see later on in the work group session. And in 2022, under the direction of Colt Gill from the Oregon Department of Education, we are also measuring the percentage of diverse employees in the agency, and that it reflects the percentage of diverse students. And our other agency partners are also participating and sharing this information as well. So we are working towards being very transparent in those equity goals in this report. Okay, next slide, please. So this is just a little bit of a brief timeline. As a former social studies teacher, I love to document the time because I think it's very good in just noticing how much effort has been put into this report, from policy to practice. And for quite some time, as you'll notice on the timeline, three education agencies have been submitting data to support this report and showing progress around what the state would like to see with regards to educator equity. And we're going to be sharing this slide out, the deck out, so I'm going to let you read on that a little bit more. Just due to time, I think we should go ahead and move to the next slide. So I also wanted just to kind of name that in 2024, the EAC adopted a definition of educator that was more inclusive for licensed, non-licensed, and early learning educators, as well as educator candidates. And this has been really helpful in providing a bigger context to thinking about the school environment that students experience, knowing that not all licensed teachers are just connecting to students, but there's a variety of adults that are working within schools that support all of those folks in there. So I think this is just one of those pieces that we've added to the Educator Equity Report that gives a lot more understanding of how schools are working together with a lot of caring adults to support students. Okay, you can go to the next slide, please. So what is included in this report? It is a statutory report, so there are specific legislative requirements that must be met. And a lot of the report includes considerable longitudinal data on a variety of metrics that we use to support understanding the progress for the state's goals. And one of them is, of course, educator workforce diversity. There is also the progress on the recruitment, preparation, support, and advancing racially, ethnically, and/or linguistically diverse educators through Oregon's educator preparation programs. And those would be the public programs specifically. We do have data on the private ones, but the public educator preparation programs do very specific plans to support the recruitment and admission of
these educator candidates. And then there's the progress on recruiting and retaining racially, ethnically, and or linguistically diverse educators in Oregon's public schools and the education service districts. And then there's recommendations that the report provides to the legislature to help meet the state, get to the goals that are described in the state's goals around supporting students and any other additional related state goals. Next slide. So I just wanted to give a little bit of a refresher, and Bree has already put in the chat a document that you received earlier that just gives you kind of another overview of the report, including the report's the contents of it, and then also just to note like how the agencies are coming together to produce this report, which is really expansive and looking at how are we taking the data that we're looking at and then proposing recommendations. And in the last report, there were 4 priority areas that were identified around things that the data was really showing evidence that could be more supportive to the folks in the field or coming into the field. And the first one is around affordability and relevance of career preparation pathways. And these recommendations include expanding affordability, continuing to expand investments, and continuing those efforts for non-traditional pathways from pre-K-12 into education careers. And I think that that's a really helpful thing to kind of think about as we're going into a new legislative session where there's a lot of funding questions around those supports that students will be needing for these programs. Next slide. The second priority area is around hiring, placement, and early career support for new educators. And those recommendations from 2024 included ensuring every teacher and administrator that was new to the profession was placed in a supportive environment and had an equitable workload, which some of you also talked about earlier today in that roadmap discussion. So that seems to be a top of mind concern. And then also providing sustainable funding and training for culturally responsive, high quality mentors, another thing that was mentioned today for every new educator. And then investing in schools to develop programs that provide ongoing support for recruiting and retaining effective and culturally responsive school leaders. So these are some of the priority areas or priorities for this particular area. And you can go to the next slide. The third priority area is around educator development and career advancement. Some of the recommendations from 2024 included codifying a statute for a scholarship program that included the Oregon Administrator Scholars Program. Another one was to create a statewide framework and strategy for teacher leadership and supporting that career advancement. And then the third one was around developing a comprehensive method to monitor and measure and scale best practices for educator retention and career advancement. And so those are some of those recommendations from 2024 that we'll be looking at. And then the last one is around state data systems and reporting. And this was really tied to expanding that interagency data sharing and research that's focused around the educator workforce and really combining and integrating systems that monitor and evaluate educator workforce trends with key education and community partners. So those are some of the priority areas that we're going to be revisiting for the upcoming work group sessions. And you could go to the next slide. So I just wanted to kind of give a little bit of context for how the work group will be contributing to the report. And note that this is a short run on reviewing a lot of data and talking with state agency teams and thinking about the types of recommendations that they want to propose for the 2026 Educator Equity Report. And so in this work group, we will have our state agency teams presenting their current data and findings, and then reporting on the progress of the state's goals. And then after reviewing that data, we will be doing that collaboration together with the agency teams so that we can kind of calibrate around the types of metrics that you're suggesting that the report be following and tracking for the next report, which will come out in 2028.
And I think that was the end of my slides, and I can pause and have any questions if anybody, and answer any questions if anybody has any. Okay. Well, I did stop a little bit before the noon time, Director Dijon. So I will hand it back over to you, and I hope to see a lot of you at 12:30.
Thank you so much, Lynn. I hope the information Lynn shared gives you a good insight in those equity reports and how you might weigh in and assist with the process. I also want to take these last couple minutes to remind council members that we have that optional work group right after, starting at 12:30. So you do have half an hour to grab some lunch or something to continue the discussion. And Lynn and Dr. Gardner will be with us during that time. We hope you can stay on. Just turn on your cameras. Oh, I'm sorry, turn your cameras off for these next half hours, but don't turn off Zoom. Just hold, stay in that hold pattern, and we'll continue the work and have that work session at 12:30. It will continue with Dr. Gardner, and Dr. Perez will come back to help us with that session. Are there any questions or clarifications that you need? Because we're closing out in 2 minutes.
If we're able to be there for a portion of the work group, are we still allowed to attend?
Yes, please do.
Okay. Awesome.
Your
Yes.
voice is really important, and there'll be, Lynn, I don't know if you shared that there'll be multiple, like this is a one to get us all introduced to it, and then you'll also have opportunities for 3 other spaces where we'll dive deep into certain pieces of the data. So if you can come to almost, we just really appreciate your voice and helping shape this report. Okay, Ma.
Well, thank you, everyone. And as Dr. Perez has indicated, it is really very important for council directors to give feedback during the process. I think it makes for a better report in the end and has your direct involvement in it. And with that, you now have 31 minutes of a break. And remember, please turn your cameras off, but don't get off Zoom if you will be coming back for the session. And if you want, thank you so much for the amount of time we had today. It was pretty productive. So we really appreciate, on behalf of Chair Weathersby and the staff, really appreciative of the effort we put in today. Have a good one. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Welcome, Ryan. We are just returning for lunch in just a moment.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
Dr. Perez, were you going to kick us off today?
Welcome back, everybody. If you can turn your cameras on, we're just coming back from a little lunch break. Welcome, Ryan and Andy. Nice to have you here, and Zachary. And thank you. Welcome back. And we're just letting a few more people in. Thank you. I know Brenda was going to join us in a second. I think we can get started, Lynn. Okay. So hello, welcome back, everyone. Great to see you all. And right after lunch, we'll be starting with roll call, and Ashley will be taking roll call for us for the council members. And please respond with present when you hear your name. And then after that, we'll start there, and then we'll hand off to Lynn in a little bit. Again, we're gathered here today to talk about Oregon Educator Equity Report, just so that we know the topic. Thanks, Ashley.
Thank you. And while quorum is not necessarily needed, we did want to just do roll call to see who is here in the room today. So I will start with our standing directors. Director Castillo.
Present.
Director Rhodes.
Present.
I know Director Bales Molnar exited, so I'll go to Vice Chair Dujan. Director Bell. Director Vance.
Present.
Director Chavez Tapia.
Present.
Director Perez.
Present.
Director Nicholson. Director Potter.
Present.
Director Wilkinson.
Present.
Chair Weathersby. Director Lolich.
Present.
Director Tallarico. And Director Wassman.
Great.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much. So I will hand it off to our lead, Dr. Lynn Gardner, to get us started.
Thank you, Dr. Perez. Well, welcome back, everybody. I will, before we get started, just remind everybody of those virtual meeting protocols that Director Dujan set up at the beginning of the meeting. So just making sure everybody's cameras are on, and then anything, especially if you're saying something, to make sure that your camera is on. And we're trying to avoid using the chat except to add in documents, as this is a public meeting. So thank you again for being here. As Dr. Perez said, this is a very really great opportunity for us to share some preliminary findings with you. So I just kind of want to set the tone on that we're still collecting a lot of data from our partners. And so we're all very happy to share a lot of the things that we're seeing for the upcoming Educator Equity Report. And I thought I'll just go ahead and just share the agenda with everybody for today. And I will take my screen off in a minute when we do some introductions because we have a lot of folks in the room that you might not know. But today's work group agenda is just around kind of giving a little bit more, getting into the grounding and the context of the report, and having a moment to review some of the educator equity data. We will not review all of it because for those of you familiar with the report, it is quite considerable. And so we're just going to give you a couple of updates from a few agencies today. And then the objectives, or what I like to always say is that these were my hopeful objectives when I taught high school students, that I hope that we would walk away with these together, that there would be some shared understanding about the report's statutory requirements and how each agency's data collection aligns with its reporting responsibilities. And I think that's really important in context of this report, as it is a legislatively required report. And then also to become familiar with the current data from each agency. And then just some questions to think about while we're reviewing the data is things about where are we seeing some progress, where are some gaps persisting or widening, and are there any significant findings or trends to consider? And some of these things we'll get deeper into as we progress through our work group sessions. And as Dr. Perez said at the last part of the meeting, there will be 3 other additional meetings in addition to this one. So again, come whichever ones you can, even if it's for partial, and we can still send out the materials so you'll be able to review the information that's also shared in these work group sessions. Today, we're just going to be learning from TSPC and ODE on their parts of the data, which are kind of the bigger parts of the data, I would say. And so we have some folks from their agencies are going to be talking through what they've been collecting and some of their findings that are part of the report's requirements. And then just kind of make sure that we're tracking some of these things. We're going to have another follow-up with TSPC and ODE on April 13th. So there won't be a work group session next week, but then the following week. And these are all scheduled around 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. on Mondays. And that was just based on the feedback that from some of the directors that filled out a form that we submitted, I think back in March or February. On April 20th, we will have a research team that contributed to the 2024 Educator Equity Report. And it's a research team from the University of California, Irvine, and they've been really helpful in providing a lot of additional context to our longitudinal requirements that are part of this report, and really kind of help in understanding the full scope of the educator landscape and how we're looking at it over a significant amount of time. And then on April 27th, we'll have Heck and Delk presenting on their contributions for the report. We will also be providing you all with additional report documents. So we're trying to kind of slowly put things into your queue for you to read, but most of you received the overview of the report in preparation for this meeting. So the next one that will come to you is just a very revised, tighter version of what those recommendations were from 2024. And then also some of the data updates that you'll be hearing about today, but they'll be helpful for you to know going into the next work group session. And then any questions that we collect today, if we can't answer them now, because some of the folks that are representing their agencies may have to go back to their agency teams to get more information, we will certainly be collecting those questions and comments today so that we can prepare those and have time to answer those for you in preparation of the upcoming meetings. But I'd like to just kind of stop sharing my screen and then start off with a quick round of introductions, just your name and your title and what agency you represent. And so maybe we can start with you, Director Rhodes, because you're top on my screen.
I notice you're right next to me there, Lynn. So, I'm Bill Rhodes. I'm the Director of Educator Preparation and Pathways at TSPC. And I see Dr. Perez is next to me on my screen.
I'm Dr. Karen Perez. I'm the Executive Director of the Educator Advancement Council, and I'll hand off to the other Perez, one of our council members.
Sometimes I'm an honorary doctor when I come to these meetings, just because some people get us confused by our last name. My first name is Marty and my last name is Perez, and I am the principal here at Newport Middle School, which is in Lincoln County. And so I represent on the council K-12 admin, and I will keep the Lincoln County spirit going. So I'll pass it to Director Wilkinson.
Thank you. Diane Wilkinson, I'm the Early Childhood Program Coordinator for Lincoln County School District, and I am the Director of Early Learning for the Council. And I'll pass it to Director Potter.
Hi, everyone. Melissa Potter. I'm here as a school board representative for the EAC, and I'll pass it to Director Lois.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Erin Lolich. I work for the Children's Institute and I represent education nonprofit institutes on the council. And I'm going to pass it to Director Tapia, Chavez Tapia.
Hello, everyone. My name is Brenda Chavez Tapia. I support our Grow Your Own here at the Hillsborough School District, and I represent our K-12 education. I don't know who still hasn't gone.
Let's send it to Director Vance.
Hi, I'm Mandy Vance. I am a 5th and 6th grade success coach in the Oregon Trail School District, 17-year middle school teacher. So I represent middle school teachers on this council. And I will pass it to Ryan Clark. You haven't introduced yourself yet.
Sure, sounds good. Break the director streak. I'm Ryan Clark. I'm a research analyst too with ODE as part of the Office of Research Assessment, Data, Accountability, and Reporting, or RADAR for those keeping track of acronyms. And I'll throw it over to my colleague, Zach.
Hi, everyone. Zachary Dine. I'm also a research analyst on the RADAR team with Ryan. So I'll pass it to Andy.
Andy, you're up.
All right, sorry, I didn't. Okay, I'm Andy Mill. I'm the project manager for this work. So I help to plan the work, look at the resources, help with the execution, coordinate everything, look at the cadence of the work, hopefully communicate to people and ensure that we're hopefully meeting the deliverables of the requirements of the report. And if I pass to
the Director Castillo, Dr. Castillo, perhaps? Does that work?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Candace Castillo. I'm the Deputy Director at the Oregon Department of Education, and I oversee all of our academic program in the agency. And I don't think Lizzie, have you gone? So I'll pass it to Lizzie.
I have not gone. Hi, everyone. I'm Lizzie Tremaine, she, they pronouns. I'm a research analyst at the Department of Early Learning and Care in the Research Analysis and Data Office. So that's the RAD office for sharing our acronyms. And this is my first time attending this sort of work group. So I'm excited to sort of pick up on how it works and what it's all about. And for those off camera, I can pass it to Ashley.
We have a few staff members, so Ashley.
Hi, everybody. My name is Ashley Wilson, and I am the Administrative Support Specialist for the EAC team. And I will pass it over to...
Should I do Cara?
Cara.
Or Shonda, or Sandra, or Mercedes?
Hi, I'm Cara. I'm a research analyst with the EAC, and I will pass it to Mercedes.
I think she's out for a second, but Shonda, why don't you introduce yourself?
Yes. Hi, my name is Shonda Halawapo. I'm a policy analyst at Oregon's Higher Education Coordinating Commission in the Office of Research and Data. Nice to be here.
And I think we have Sandra. I don't know if she's... Yep. If you want to just introduce yourself, Sandra, that'd be great.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sandra Aguilar Gonzalez, and I'm the Executive Support Specialist for the EAC team.
Thank you. And I think, Lynn, that's our team.
That's it. That's everybody. It's a lot of people. Well, thank you all for being here. And I appreciate all of those agency teams and supporting, even if some of them are not going to be here today or they're not presenting today. It's just great to have everybody in the room. I think that was something that I took away from the conversation today around the roadmap is like thinking about the coordination of 4 state education agencies and how that operates. And I think for those of us who've been working on this educator equity report, that is something that we do every couple of years. So I'm very appreciative to see everybody here today. I just thought I would just put up the slide around what this report is. Again, I know this report means a lot of different things to different people, but at the end of the day, we are still making sure that we're following what the legislature has asked us to provide in the report. And then to also, I think one of the key pieces of this group would be to think about the data that is provided, what else might be missing. So that's just something to kind of percolate on as we go through it. But really what this report does provide is the longitudinal data on how is the state working towards its progress in educator workforce diversity. That is one of the central tenets to this report. And then we're also providing some progress on the admission, the recruitment, the retention, the preparation for racially, ethnically, and linguistically diverse educator candidates. And those are specifically grounded in the HECS work with their 6 public educator preparation programs and the work that they're doing to support changes at their university level to reach this goal. And then there's also the progress on the recruitment and retention of racially, ethnically, and linguistically diverse educators. And those are the people new to the system, so our newer educators, our current ones. And again, that's just how are they thriving, not surviving in Oregon's public schools and education service districts. And then the report always includes recommendations for the legislature to consider in helping to meet the state's goals and any other related goals that might be applicable for this report. Sometimes I cannot find my mouse on my. Okay. So this is, and I'll note that most of these slides will provide them with you at the conclusion of at some point to either today or tomorrow. But we do have the word draft on there for a reason because a lot of our teams are still working through the data to just make sure that we have quality data and just checks and some things that we haven't had a chance to review together to understand what's happening, across the landscape of our educator field. So this might be very familiar for some of you, but the report does have kind of a very traditional outline, and a lot of that does help, I think, our readers in understanding what's included in the report. There's always the executive summary and an introduction. The newest one that the EAC and ODE have been working with has been around the research team from the University of California, Irvine, who've been very helpful in being able to provide a much more complex analysis, I would say, to the educator workforce. And so for those of you familiar with the 2024 report, they did a 16-year look back to see where has the state progressed. And so I highly encourage you to look at that. They will be providing an update to that. So that really helps to meet the report requirements around that longitudinal analysis. The educators that are included in that are not just licensed teachers. They are non-licensed school staff. They are administrators. They're just various support folks that are in the schools that do help students in a lot of different ways than just being in a classroom environment. The next section of the report is from the HEC, and this just helps to document those entry points to career pathways in education. A lot of this information is around the enrollment and completion from community college to universities to graduate programs. This part of the report was actually taken out about 4 years back, but we wound up realizing that we really did need to have a better understanding of folks coming into the field. And so even though it's not required in statute, the HAC graciously includes this information because then we get kind of a sense, especially around one of the priority areas, which is affordability, on how folks are entering their pathways into education. So we're seeing a lot more folks coming into community colleges, for example. That has been a trend that was noted in the last report. And I think that's going to be something that we continue to see. And then the next piece is the educator preparation and licensure section. That's a combination with TSPC and the HEC as well. It includes that enrollment in completion of public and private licensure programs. It includes those preliminary and teaching licenses, administrative licenses, emergency and restricted licenses, and reciprocal or out-of-state licenses. And then in addition to that, there's the summary of the educator preparation programs equity plans that are around that recruitment, retention, and completion of educator candidates. The next section is around the K-12 educator workforce and our state agency workforce as well. And it will also include DELC this year, which is great. And this includes all of the folks who have now become into the ODE staff positions. And it has all the demographic information, their current employed educators. And we also have that comparison with the ODE staff as well as our other state agency staff in relation to the number of racially, ethnically, and linguistically diverse students. So that was one of those newest requirements that was added into this report. And then we'll have the recommendation section. That's just kind of a quick overview of what this report is. As we start getting into some of the depths of the data, I would say, I do want to point out some considerations that do kind of need to be understood when we're looking at this report. And one of them has been kind of a consistent one that we do try to address is that demographic descriptions by state agencies have a lot of variance. And so if you've noticed in any of the other reports, from 2024, 2022, we try to make sure that however each state agency is collecting demographic data on the groups of participants that they are responsible for this report, that we do include those, but they don't always overlap and align. So that's one thing just to kind of consider. And another bigger consideration is that when we're viewing the total counts from educator candidates to in-service candidates at those academic years and the collection times vary quite considerably. And I'll leave it up for the agency data stewards and teams to talk through that because I think that's a very significant difference because we're never seeing the same years for all of this data. So that does provide some kind of limitation around how we're thinking about where the state is in meeting the goals. And then the last one is just to note that sometimes we will have fairly low in counts or participant counts, and that sometimes can get amplified in a data visual. So just kind of be thinking through that. And I've kind of asked the data stewards to speak to that if they need to, just so that when you see a visual, sometimes we interpret, what the image is as opposed to what it's actually saying. And sometimes that's just driven by different end counts. Any questions or any other considerations from the data stewards and the data agency teams that we should think about?
Lynn, how are the student success or advisory groups, subgroups represented in this report?
Well, they're not part of this report in the sense of how we embed those or anything and from those groups into this report. I think we've mentioned them in the past in some of our previous reports as far as like these are other areas that ODE is working for, but it doesn't get matched up with the data if that's what you're thinking.
I'm wondering if there's a qualitative section in which the data would then suggest we reach out to these specialized groups to provide insight and or possible solutions, resolutions to maybe some of the adversity that's being sought or felt in the data. It's just a question.
Mhm.
I feel like there's maybe a potential missing a missed opportunity to really elevate their
Oh,
voice.
yes, and that has been mentioned before. Thank you, Director Perez, around a lot of the data that is required in this report is highly quantitative. It's removed from, that discussion that you're mentioning, and that there is a limitation of qualitative data, quite honestly, that's in this report. I think that is a capacity issue that we can talk about as the staff and think about how can we do that for the next report for sure. But it is something that you're pointing out that a lot of folks have mentioned as well that's missing is how do we find folks to speak to the numbers and to the areas that are kind of what everybody is seeing as a challenge in the workforce. That's great. Any other thoughts or questions before we move on? Okay. All right, so I'm going to turn it over to Director Rhodes, who's here on behalf of the TSPC team to present the data. And I haven't, this is kind of an informal work session, I would say. So if you have questions, because some of these slides have a lot of information on them, I think what might be a good protocol for us is to stop and pause and have conversations around the slides. Ashley's here to take notes on specific things. So if we don't get some of the questions answered, then certainly we can come back to them later. But that way it gives us a little bit more of real time. Instead of it being presented at you, it is presented with you, and we can have a conversation after we talk through each of the slides. Does that work for you, Director Rhodes?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, and you just tell me whenever you're ready to advance.
You bet. Well, I'm kind of that raising my hand, that person that may have to go back to the agency if there are particular questions, because I'm here channeling and representing Dr. Shara Mondragon, who actually really has been digging into this data and prepared these slides. And she's worked very closely with Rochelle Kratz on my staff and Elizabeth Keller in licensure to dig through this data. And in essence, what these slides attempt to tell us is, who is entering or enrolling in programs, who is completing, who are completing the programs, who are actually represented in the licensure, snapshots. And then there is some additional information about restricted and emergency licenses, which are temporary licenses, and maybe some nuances about looking at that data relative to diversity in the workforce. So those are the questions we attempt to answer. You can go ahead, Dr. Gardner. And again, these are some of those statutes that drive us to, as well as wanting to be improvement oriented, but there is an accountability piece for us, and so some of those are statutory requirements as well. What I will say, and I'm sure folks, and Dr. Gardner and others have been working with Sharon and others on this, is that TSPC is hopefully by July of 2027, we'll have a new educator data system. And it will be designed to make some of this type of data much more accessible, as well as making it easier for candidates to get in and apply and report and those types of things. So I really appreciate the staff who've been digging into this data, because it's a little bit of a treasure hunt right now, looking through multiple sources to try to be able to answer these questions. So this is some data on enrollment and completion for Oregon approved programs. And I think that is one other kind of problem, the practice we have with thinking about our workforce data right now is that what we're learning is that maybe as many as half or close to half of the candidates who are being hired in Oregon schools are actually being prepared in out-of-state programs. So keep in mind, this data reflects enrollment and completion in Oregon approved programs, and many of our candidates that are being hired in districts are prepared out of state. So the top line looks at teacher candidates, and as you can see, and I know that Dr. Mondragon and others, are using the data that is the most complete. It's the most current, but most complete, and accurate at any given time. So you will notice differences, in the years, though there don't assume that there is any sense of cohort, data connection. But you can see that there were, in this particular case for reading, 3,307 candidates, out of 1,094 candidates identified as, or 1,094 out of 3,307 identified as racially or ethnically diverse. And that the definition of diverse that TSBC uses is described down in the box at the bottom. So that's again about 33.1%. That was in 22-23 data. And what we note is that in terms of completion, we see in the completion data is 24-25 data. We see that about 31.8% of the completers identify as racially or ethnically diverse. The enrollment data comes from Title II reports that are completed by our Ed Prep programs and submitted federally by TSPC. The completion data comes from what's called a program completion report that EPPs send to our licensure staff, and that's where we have Oregon EPP completer reports on file. If we look at administrator programs, you can see in our principal programs about 31.2%. And this is, you can see 23-24 data identified as racially or ethnically diverse. And in terms of completion, fairly close to that, 32.6% of completers identify as racially or ethnically diverse. In the box at the bottom, you can see the longitudinal comparisons. And again, you might note that in terms of teacher preparation, there is a reasonably steady amount, though it has a tendency to be beginning to climb in the last couple of years, and likewise for administrators. And I would just kind of stop there. Like you said, Dr. Gardner, there's a lot of information on any of these slides.
Director Rhodes?
Yes.
Just out of curiosity, is there any vetting system that takes place regarding the self-identification of a candidate? For instance, if I were to select a diverse box, what are the likelihoods of it being erroneous or not reflective of that person's genetic makeup?
That's actually a great question. That is one that I'm not going to make up the answer because I don't know exactly the answer to that. In this particular context, depending if you were applying for, something else that may have a stronger vetting system for a scholarship or something like that, there would be a little more vetting to go on. For instance, the Oregon Administrator Scholarship Program, had pretty good eyes on in terms of monitoring true eligibility for that scholarship based on identifying as racially or ethnically diverse, if that makes a little bit of sense. But in terms of, filling out a program completion, report, those are submitted by the EPP themselves based on the data they get from the candidates themselves.
Maybe some more work for the University of California, Irvine, to see if there's a way to really truly vet that the data that is being represented is reflective of true demographic population. It just sparked
Right. Yeah.
a thought in my mind, and
Sure.
those that are on the call know that I am one that I have to say what I have to say, and it just popped up, and I thought it merited some sort of acknowledgement.
Yeah, and I think that Director Rhodes was getting at there's a lot of complexity in collecting all of these reports. And just to kind of clarify too, with the University of California, Irvine, they have a data use agreement. Like there's a lot of those protocols that they have to go through, and they don't have access to they would have to enter agreements with the universities as well, right, to get deeper in that. So, but I think you're pointing out is that we do have a lot of self-identified folks without any verification on a lot of agency sides, and we can let ODE speak to that as well. But I think that that's definitely something to bring up in the context of this conversation.
Thanks again, Director Perez, for your question. And Dr. Gardner, you can go ahead and move to the next slide. So that was our data on enrollment and completion. This is a slide that looks to actually licenses issued. So again, this is a different group because the licenses issued could be because they were prepared and completed an Oregon program, or they could be applying for a reciprocal license, after being prepared in an out-of-state program. So this is a different type of a group. And in this particular group, you can see, again, the numbers speak. The preliminary teaching licenses issued, 24% of applicants for those licenses, and that would be through their application identified as racially or ethnically diverse. 20.7% for the principal license. That's in essence the preliminary administrator license. And then the professional administrator license is an advanced administrator license. And you see at 14.5%. So there is probably, some noticings here. You might notice that the percentage, of licensees kind of reduce as you move from teaching license to preliminary administrator license to advanced administrator license. And that has a tendency to stay true over the longitudinal data as well. Okay, and this again, data comes from our license, our applications for licensure.
Do we have data to match that to folks who are currently in the K-12 system?
Help me clarify that.
So for example, I hold a professional administrator license, but don't currently work within K-12 public education. So I'm just curious about folks who have licenses and how many of them are currently working in the profession.
Mm-hmm. That's a really great question too. That kind of question has come up in some other contexts when we're trying to figure out, how many actual licensees are actually working at any given time, when we're trying to sort those things out. So I would say I don't know that we have that data. We haven't talked about it in that form. We have started to develop some systems, to be able to sort out how many licensees are actually working, and we might be able to disaggregate that a little bit further. I should point out, and it's on the slide as well, that these licenses that are issued in this data could actually be renewals as well. So it's just not brand new licensees, but also those licenses that have been renewed and issued during that particular time.
If I could jump in for a sec on that question. ODE could connect this data. I know we currently get, and Zach can correct me if I'm wrong on any point, because he works with our staff assignment data, which matches up teachers and their TSPC licenses and endorsements. We can connect that data to our staff position collection, which has not just teachers, but all public K-12 staff. I'm happy to hear that we're progressing on the data systems portion of things, because it's not an ideal match. We have to match on things like birth date and last name. So it's not a perfect one-to-one in our staff position collection versus what TSPC is getting in their applications for licenses. But we do get, last time I checked, which was a few years ago, but it seemed like I was getting about a 90% match with teachers who in our staff position collection said that they had a license versus who we could actually verify they had a license in the TSPC data we got. But we could certainly look into expanding that more for administrators or other licensed positions.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Ryan. And we oftentimes refer to that, staff assignment data and keep wondering how we can use that to help solve some of the data problems or data questions that we have at TSPC. Other questions? I'm
yeah,
sorry.
I was just going to add, no, you're fine. I think these are the things that we wanted to glean from this work group session. It may not be feasible at this time for this coming report, but this is helpful for all of the agencies to have this conversation so we can kind of be working together, especially around that priority 4, where we really want to align all of our reporting systems so that they're giving more of an accurate snapshot of the current system, of the current state of where things are at. So really appreciated that question.
Very good. And Director Potter, I just wanted to make sure that I answered your question, that renewals would include teachers who may have been teaching for 20 years and they're, hit that 5-year spot or 3-year spot for renewal. Our data is just on licenses issued.
Yeah, thank you for highlighting that. And it really was my oversight, because it says renewal right there on the top. But I was trying to compare the slide previous to this, apples to apples, but this is apples to oranges, because this is not new educators. This is people who, so to me, that explains, I was grappling with the difference in the percentages and trying to do some deduction, but I don't need to now, because now this includes people who've been doing this for a long time. So.
Well, I appreciate you causing me to clarify that a little bit, because I was just trying to say, this is a much different group. This is a different group, and it includes a kind of a potpourri, you know what I mean, of in terms of licenses issued. And those out-of-state candidates aren't necessarily new teachers either. They're just applying for a reciprocal license or an Oregon license, because that's part of their process for actually being able to work in Oregon if they've been prepared out of state. All right. I think we have one more. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep, I moved it for you.
No,
you're
you
good.
did. Yeah, very good. And so this is, this is an interesting piece, and it's become more and more prevalent, or a topic of conversation and concern, or not, you know what I mean, recently, particularly since COVID. and it's the number of emergency and restricted licenses that are actually being issued by TSPC. And so just again, for context, a restricted license is a license that a person can apply to have, and if a district is willing to sponsor them for a particular position, they are able to be licensed to work in that position so long as they are enrolled in an educator preparation program working towards licensure in that area. Again, the district has to sponsor that person, and they need to be enrolled in an educator preparation program. An emergency license is a little different license, and it's an emergency license can be issued to a person with a bachelor's degree, in a particular area. They're good for a year. They would have to be renewed at the end of a year, and they usually an emergency license is used usually to meet a very immediate need. And it could be that an emergency person on an emergency license evolves into a restricted license or not, depending on the situation. Director Potter? Yeah.
I'm reading the context for interpretation. I really appreciate the data. I think using a restricted license is like a yellow flag, sometimes a red flag of a sense of urgency within our K-12 schools.
Mm-hmm.
And oftentimes our restricted license teachers do not come to the classroom as the teacher of record with all of the mentoring that a lot of our other candidates who go through traditional programs. So I was looking at that number 3, the relatively high diverse share in this category may suggest temporary licensure are helping broaden access. And I through our GYO work would have a very different interpretation of that there's so is there more information about that deduction that it's suggesting, including I don't know, the way it's phrased, it makes it look like it's almost an encouragement pathway, and we are seeing it as a dump into the deep end, sink or swim. And many of our candidates, especially our bilingual candidates, are being placed into these dual language classrooms, and they're being asked to stretch beyond their capacity and sit in survival mode a little bit longer without the mentoring that matches their need professionally.
Yeah, I appreciate that feedback. I might share, and again, I'm channeling, Dr. Mondragon's, kind of thinking along those lines, but I'll share that with her, and it might be that that particular piece is part of, because the next slide is about some discussion to have regarding the trends and those types of things, and that might be a discussion prompt, in terms of thinking about that. So thank you, Director Potter. Director Vance.
I don't know if this is helpful because Director Potter, I totally hear you, and I've seen that side of it. I can speak to my own situation. I was emergency transferred into the role I'm in now, and the teacher who was moved into my previous spot quit. It was too much for her. She couldn't handle it. So we've been in this situation as a district where we had to hire a substitute that ended up being an amazing fit. She's, thinking of going back into education now, and we want to keep her. She's great. And so my district is going to sponsor her and get her the education she needs. So it's both sides. On one hand, we just found somebody who would be amazing with students, and now we're giving them an opportunity. Not ideal how it happened, but there is another side to it.
I think the other thing that I will just kind of say this, and it's probably more anecdotally from kind of living in these offices, but the restricted license comes with some actual real restrictions and some guidelines, that are supposed to be followed by the districts. And I think we don't necessarily have the capacity to monitor, districts and how they're actually implementing a restricted license. And thus, I think, Melissa, you end up with this, Director Potter, sorry, the situations that we have where there's not the support, that is intended in a restricted licensure situation.
And
Oh.
I'll just add too from that piece of being a classroom teacher and having my student teacher being asked to teach in a class. I mean, that's definitely a problem. And I think that also speaks to kind of the affordability, because that opportunity for that candidate in that moment was really important, because we are still not in a system where we're providing funding to support folks while they're going through their clinical experiences, even their teaching experiences. So it highlights another problem that I think we should be kind of thinking about, and how can we better support those early educators, because they do end up getting less than, and they get less access to their preparation programs and their supervisors. And so I think that is definitely something that is happening, and it kind of has a lot of variability to it.
The I think it's a little bit unfortunate. Another aspect of this data was when we had built the Oregon Educator data dashboard, we actually could see this data, disaggregated regionally as well, but also by ethnicity and other. But we didn't get funded, and we weren't able to have another agency pick up that particular data source. But there is, in thinking about the EAC, that having that regional information and knowing where certain needs might be for more support for teachers, that can be helpful as well. And this slide just, and again, this Dr. Mondragon, in essence, intended this for some discussion. I think she had some general notes, about very, very general trends, but it was really just kind of designed to prompt, I think, some discussion or wondering about the overall trends, in the reports. I think there's the notion that, very small, that there may be some improvement in Oregon EPP data. I would say out here anecdotally, and we don't know what this data looks like for for candidates prepared out of state, except in the licensure. I think there is the note here that, again, one of the strategies, one of the efforts to increase access for administrators was the Oregon Administrator Scholars Program. And, you could make a correlation that there was an increase in opportunity for diverse administrators to enter the field during that time that the Administrator Scholars Program was in place. Again, unfortunately, that has had to be discontinued. So, and, what I mean, again, this is the slide that kind of begs the conversation, about what the implications are, what the recommendations might be.
Any
I'm
thoughts?
kind of out of that old school, data driven. It's like, okay, here's the data, but I'm not going to tell you what I think the data means.
Yeah, I appreciated this slide because it gives you kind of just a look back 2 years ago. And I think one of the things that Director Rhodes has kind of pointed out is there's definitely some data system work that TSPC is undergoing so that there's more accuracy around the data collections that we'll be able to see. And so I think that's one of the things that was noted in the teacher completer data. And even though we don't really have
we have anecdotal, and we can kind of see a little bit of a trend and an uptick in the number of administrator enrollees into the program. We can like to what was said, we think that that might be part of the Oregon Administrator Scholars Program that was in existence for about the past 6 to 8 years, where folks were provided some significant scholarships to pursue that while they were working, as teachers or just working towards advancing their careers. And I think it is also important to note under the admin completer then is that we are seeing program closures. We noted that in the 2022 report that there were some EPPs, Oregon EPPs that were closed as well. So I think those are a big component to when we do see some of these numbers shifting, and maybe even around some of the out-of-state programs. There's a lot less options in the state than there were maybe 4 to 6 years ago for folks to be in one of the Oregon EPPs. Any other thoughts or questions for Director Rhodes? Okay. Like I said, we will prepare all of these materials so you can have them and review them because there's a lot of really rich information in here. I did want to point out, though, this was something that Dr. Mondragon and I were talking about, is that there's a lot of post-pandemic situations and labor market shifts. That is something that the UCI research team did in their 2024 analysis, because they also are accessing a lot of the federal data to see how our labor market's really affecting, how educator retention, even depending on where their locality is. And so I just kind of wanted to point out, like, some of these things that we are talking about might just show like a very specific snapshot, but we have a broader context and time to think about how there's other external factors that have really maybe influenced some of these data points. So thank you, Director Rhodes. Appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Turn it over to our ODE team with Ryan and Zach. And before these folks pop up here, I'll just kind of do a quick reminder of the data collection for ODE. They are looking at that longitudinal data and comparing the proportion of racially, ethnically, and linguistically diverse students to educators. And Ryan can speak to the linguistic data was not collected at the same time, so we do have a little bit of variance in that information. And then a comparison of Oregon district level trends with a proportion of greater than 50% of racially, ethnically, linguistically diverse students to the proportion of that staff. That's also included in the report. The other thing that ODE reports on is the number of educators, teachers, and administrators who are new to the field, so those 0 to 3 years of experience by race and ethnicity, as well as a 3-year average of retention. And I highlighted retention here because in previous reports, there had been a discussion around attrition. Since we've been really fortunate to have the UCI team doing that other piece for us, they look at attrition data for us, and they look at churn in the sense of, because attrition means a lot of different things as far as like people leaving the field altogether or leaving their school and staying in the same district or leaving to go to another district. So they're trying to kind of break apart how attrition affects that school stability, especially if you're seeing a high rate of that incur in certain schools around the state. So I just wanted to point out that the ODE team is going to speak to the retention, which is retaining the educators, and then we'll have the UCI team here in a few weeks to talk about more of that churn, if you will. And then the last one that we'll hear from is about the comparison of non-licensed and licensed staff by race and ethnicity, and teachers and administrators also in their years of experience by race and ethnicity. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ryan and Zach.
All right, thanks, Lynn. We're definitely going to be taking a dive on the more quantitative side of things. I poll as the data steward for our staff position collection. And before we get into the graphs, I wanted to kind of ground everyone in what that collection actually does. Says I mentioned it briefly, but it's a snapshot collection. We gather data on all publicly employed, or excuse me, actively employed staff in a public school for at least 20 consecutive workdays and over a span of time that includes December 1st. And that December 1st is based on some federal reporting we do with this data as well. So it does include a lot of people, but sometimes like day-to-day substitutes wouldn't be included in our data set here. But most regular employees here would be included. But let's start with the graph that it seems like most folks love to look up to see how we're doing with the student versus teacher comparison. It's been a pretty steady trend. For each of these slides, I tried to pull out some things I thought were interesting, or just give some slightly different numbers. But we have the number of racially and ethnically diverse students increased by 1.69% when compared with 2.29% increase among racially and ethnically diverse teachers, showing that you can very technically say the graph is shrinking, but not in any significant way, especially over a long period of time. And from 23-24 to 24-25, the number of ethnically and or linguistically diverse staff, licensed teachers grew by 1.99%, which again slightly outpaces the 1.7% increase in ethnically and or linguistically diverse students during that same period. So I'll kind of pause after I give some basic introductions to each slide to see if anyone has questions. But otherwise, I think we can move on, Lynn.
I'm curious about the pairing of ethnically and or linguistically diverse students and teachers. I'm curious about the ethnicity and linguistic pairing. Can you speak more about that choice? What does that tell us differently than, say, just linguistically diverse? Or is that a data limitation where they're sort of confounded?
This one I think is, and Lynn, correct me because you've been in on the history of this as well, but I think this one is one that we would like to use in a slightly different way, but we still have some data on it, so we wanted to comment because the staff position data collection has a language of origin field. So I believe the idea was that even if a person isn't marked as racially or ethnically diverse, if they can still form a connection with the students through a language they speak. The limitation with that, though, unfortunately, is that a lot of times language of origin sort of limits to someone who is already racially or ethnically diverse because it's the language they spoke growing up. We would likely need a change to the data we collect in staff position from the legislature to sort of expand that definition or add a new field to the collection on like number of languages spoken or by a staff member, regardless of race, ethnicity, or primary language.
Yeah, and I'll just add that this was something that in the previous iteration of folks who used to review this report, which is the Oregon Educator Advisory Group, they had asked for that other identifier just to know like what is the linguistic makeup as well. So we've been trying to kind of pull that data, but I think Ryan is also just naming some of the complexities with the collections themselves, and also again back to what Director Perez was bringing up is like these are all reported. So verification of that, like to what extent are we, do you have like a qualifier in language? I mean, there's just a lot of complexity with how those things are being collected. But it was a request from the OEEAG to also kind of have more of an understanding of folks
language and how that diversity was also being tracked by the state. It's not included in statute. And so but it is something that we've been tracking for a while. Great question. Okay.
Could I ask one question about that? And I'm probably just being dense. The notion of and or in that. Could you clarify why the and or? Because it just seems like it wouldn't necessarily tell you for certain if there was linguistic diversity in there.
Again, that is part of a carryover from how this report has iterated over time. And I think it has a lot to do with the collection. I mean, race and ethnicity are separate in and of itself, but it could be just a category and a flag in the way that things are being collected. Ryan, any thoughts with that? That's just kind of my recollection that this has been a carryover from the report. And it kind of keeps a little bit of ambiguity, I would totally acknowledge, around how are we naming this. But I think a lot of the collections, at least for the ODE side I'll speak to, is aligned with the US Census race and ethnicity demographic information. And so I think that's one of the pieces there that kind of is part of some of the issue, I would say, for all of the collections that we get from different agencies, because they use different reporting on those criteria, those demographic criteria for the reports.
Yeah, and just to add, as like the data definition for who would be included in percent ethnically and or linguistically diverse. At least on the teacher side of things, since that comes from staff position, the racially or ethnically diverse comes solely from our collected race or ethnicity flags that the districts report on. And then that language of origin code I mentioned, essentially, if it's any code that's provided, that's not, like no answer provided, or English, then they would be counted in the linguistically diverse portion of this. So I think that's why you see just like a very slight bump from just looking at those race ethnicity flags. Okay. This next one here is a comparison of students, teachers, administrators, and all K-12 staff by race ethnicity. So expanding our position groups a little bit, but just looking at the 24-25 school year. I've pulled up the numbers that we reported on from the 23-24 report to kind of make our little data note here. Teachers and all K-12 staff became more racially or ethnically diverse since the last report. Most notable, it's very slight again, but most notably in the Hispanic or Latino demographic, all K-12 staff increased from 11.8% to 12.6% of the proportion of all K-12 staff working in our schools. I should say schools, districts, or ESDs. And then that slightly outpaced the Hispanic or Latino student growth, which increased from 25.8 to 26.4% this year. And then Hispanic or Latino teachers didn't match that student growth, but they were the biggest growth we saw in any teacher race ethnicity group. And that was just 0.3%. So, and many of the racially or ethnically diverse categories kind of were stagnant between last year and this year. And those were American Indian, Alaska Native, 2 or more races, or Native Hawaiian or Pacific Islander. Any questions for this one?
I do have a clarifying question. I noticed that there's student, teacher, administrator, and then all K-12 staff. All K-12 staff includes all classified correct?
Yes.
So there's no classified row.
Not on this graph, but
Okay.
that's a good segue
Oh, it's as
to a
if you got me.
future
There you go.
graph where we look at licensed and non-licensed, or licensed and classified. Which is right here. So thank you. This is the proportion of educators identified as racially and ethnically diverse by educator role. This is a longitudinal look. And one of the things I found interesting was looking back 5 years with this data. If you compare that to today, one thing that was particularly interesting was the actual number of Black or African American and then separately in the Native Hawaiian or Pacific Islander non-licensed staff or classified staff has doubled in the last 5 years. So that was encouraging news. And then if you keep looking at that same 5 year span of time, Asian and Hispanic or Latino and non-licensed staff also increased, of non-licensed staff increased by 71% and 72%, respectively. And then the kind of unfortunate side of that, or like not as good news, I should say, is that growth over that 5 year period has been much slower among the licensed staff, with Hispanic or Latino staff increasing by the most at only 38.6% over that 5 year span. And then another note that when you get these slides, you'll be able to see in the notes section that I made while looking at the data is that in the last year, if you just look from 23-24 to 24-25, some groups saw a decrease in licensed staff, including American Indian or Alaskan Natives, which saw a minus 1.17% reduction. Lynn mentioned N sizes. I think that's one we should keep in mind here because that was only 3 staff members, but I still wanted to call out that it was a decrease. Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islanders decreased by 18.11%, which was 23 staff members, which is pretty significant for that group. And then white licensed staff dropped by 1.61%, which represented 603 staff members, just looking back from last year to this year. I think for questions.
Well, I think one thing I guess I'm noting is that the 5 year period that you're speaking of is COVID times, like I think
Right.
that's just something to name here and just to keep in consideration. Any thoughts or questions? We'll keep rolling. We're almost through these and your head's exploding with all this quantitative data.
Yeah, it sounds like I jumped into this meeting late too, so everyone
Yeah.
must be pretty tired. But this next one here is looking at the number of teachers identified as racially and ethnically diverse compared to white by years of experience. We have numbers displayed on this graph. The thing that I thought was one thing I thought was interesting was that the graph shows that the majority of racially and ethnically diverse licensed teachers are in their first 10 years of teaching, compared to only 45.3% of white licensed teachers. So I think 62.8% of all racially and ethnically diverse teachers being in their first 10 years is a pretty significant proportion of that group.
Yeah, and that was consistent with the findings from the UCI contribution from 2024 is that over the past 10 years, which I'll use Director Rhodes' description of maybe a possible correlation is the types of state investments. We saw increases in scholarship amounts for the Oregon Teacher Scholars Program, for example, and then the Oregon Administrator Scholars Program, Grow Your Own programs. So a lot of investments were starting to happen around that time period. So while we don't necessarily know for certain why that is, we definitely see a very significant portion of newer teachers who are more likely to be racially and ethnically diverse.
Then another effort, I know it's smaller compared to GYO, is that apprenticeship pathway too.
Right.
Many of the apprentices are supporting dual language classrooms, which is really powerful. And this slide makes my heart brace for heartbreak as we look at districts who are looking at reductions in force, because that means that so much of our amazing work statewide could have pretty harmful impacts.
Right.
Yeah, I'd like to echo that from Director Potter that it's, with that of it affecting our licensed educators, but it would also affect our classified as we see the data of an increase of ethnically diverse classified staff members. And when districts are getting into those budget cuts, we see the effects of that as well.
Yeah.
And before I move on, I'll just name a data limitation where currently we only require years of licensed experience for teachers and administrators, just based on what we were using the data to report. House Bill 2511 was passed in the last regular session. That's requiring us to collect years of experience on all staff members now. So that data should be available in the 26-27 staff position collection, but where I guess I'm finding that there's a lot of concerns from districts that were previously unknown on this, where they might not have that data currently. So it might be something that we sort of start collecting in 26-27, but really can start using in 27-28 after districts have a chance to get their data in order. But a lot to come on that still. That's a pretty early look at more data that's becoming available for us to look at.
Ryan, I have a quick question. When I have experts in the room, and I'm going to pick your brain for a second, when we look at longitudinal data and changes in assessments or how data is reported, how is that represented on these longitudinal graphs that we're seeing here? I'm thinking maybe a change in color of font to indicate that there is some sort of change in that could have impacted data. When we're looking at these line graphs, how do I take in consideration external, internal changes that may impact the numeral form that we're seeing there?
That's an excellent point. There isn't really anything done like that for these graphs, but the staff position collection's been very stable for quite a long time. The collection started in 2006, 2007 was the first year we started collecting data. And then there were some changes made that were pretty significant in 08, 09, where we started collecting contract length and full contract length for all staff members, which allowed us to kind of adjust FTE reported based on staff working just a portion of the year. So you know what? A staff member working 1.0 FTE for the full year isn't counted the same in our reporting as a staff member working full-time for 5 weeks, in how we kind of report FTE values out of this collection. But also, I mean, it's hard to say anything luckily around COVID, but due to the time we collect this data and when COVID really started having an impact, we already collected a majority of the data before districts were sent home. So the staff position data didn't actually even really see a disruption due to COVID either. So, but that is a good thing to consider going forward, since I think this next year with requiring experience for all staff members would be kind of a significant change.
Mm-hmm. I was going to add, and Director Rhodes, you can jump on, but I know that Dr. Mondragon and I talked about this because of some discrepancies in previous reports that were uncovered through this collection and some of the vendor collections that happened a few years ago. So we are gonna acknowledge that in this report so that we can at least document it. But I think there's still some, I'll call it data archaeology going on in your end to like uncover what is more accurate so that we can provide that information, because there was some data discrepancies that was found that we are going to note in this upcoming report. So I don't know if you want to speak to that now, Director Rhodes, or we can wait and speak to it when we have Dr. Mondragon here too.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea to get into it there. I know she and Rochelle Kratz, you know what I mean, really have the specifics around that.
Yeah, for sure. Zach?
Brian, I just had a quick clarifying question that might address the concern that Director Perez brought up. This is using a field that is collected annually in the staff position collection. What is this, in this case, teacher or in this case, administrators' number of years of experience? We're not back calculating anything using data that was collected in previous years. So in this table, so is that correct? And if so, that would mean there are no changes in the data collection over time would impact the data presented here. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's a good point to add. And I guess another structural piece of the staff position collection, because our finance team uses it for teachers' experience values that they reported, their licensed experience. That goes into a state school fund adjustment for teacher experience. And because of that, the reporting window has a really long tail end in staff position where a lot of times our finance team will release their estimates and districts will realize they didn't have experience values quite right in the previous year. So they can, in some cases, go make some adjustments. So that has some, I guess, some uncertainty in just the most recent couple of years. But if you're looking at longitudinal, the data that we collected in 1819 or 1920 or, more than 2 years ago is going to be steady going forward, from when the collection is officially closed on.
Okay, we've got a little bit more time left, and I know we wanted to get through just the requirements. So let's maybe jump into this one, and then we can collect more questions later. So Brian, I think you got 2 more slides.
Yeah, I'll hustle. It's the number of administrators identified as racially and ethnically diverse, and white. It's just the same graph as last time, but with administrators this time. Another piece about I guess a word of caution on this graph I want to let the directors know about is that in staff position, administrators can also count their years of licensed teaching experience. So that can kind of skew the numbers. So for example, if you have an administrator that's reported 15 years of total licensed experience, there's no real way currently for the staff position collection to tell if that's 5 years as a teacher, 10 as an administrator, or 10 as an administrator, or 10 as a teacher, 5 as an administrator. So just something to keep in mind. But that definition's been consistent over time, so we can still compare longitudinal data. But we also still see a difference in, even though it's the same definition, between white administrators and racially and ethnically diverse administrators. One thing I highlighted was that the proportion of diverse administrators is really consistent throughout their careers. I have the percentages all broken down here by the 5-year position groups. And really just the 16 to 20 year range is where you see the most the biggest jump. And then, is there a lot of background noise? I'm sorry, my cat just, okay, I'll
Yep,
ignore
you're
it
fine.
then. Okay. And then with the white license administrators, it's much more weighted towards the later ends of their career. Again, it's hard to draw any firm conclusions from that, just since administrator years of experience can be counted in different ways. So it might be suggesting that white administrators have been working as a teacher for a long time, but then they get their, they get bumped up to an administrator um, in that 16 to 20-year range. And that's where we're seeing that jump, or beginning in the 11 to 15-year range. So it's really hard to see in the data currently, but as we get our definitions for what a year means to be a year of experience going forward after the House Bill 2511 changes, we might be able to look into that more, but still more discussions to have with folks on that. Okay, and the same word of caution with this one. This is the early career 0 to 3 years of experience for licensed teachers and administrators. Early career licensed teachers are more diverse than Oregon's teachers as a whole. It's 21.3% for those early career teachers versus 14.1% of teachers, regardless of licensure status or years of experience. And that's a 7.2% gap, which I highlight because that gap's been relatively steady, although it's increased slightly. If you look back at the 18-19 data, just a couple of years before the pandemic, we had 15.4% of early career licensed teachers. They were racially or ethnically diverse compared to 10.5% of all teachers in that same year, which was a 4.9% gap. So any questions? I know we're kind of running out of time, so I wanted to make sure we got to
Going
all the slides.
back to Director Perez's question, now we're looking at a longitudinal graph.
Right.
And we see from 2021, 22 to 22, 23, we see that bigger jump in the percent of racially or ethnically diverse administrators. Is this an example where we might want to have this is like a newer system for me. I'm in the early learning folks, but I did hear earlier that there was an diverse administrator scholarship. Would this be a place maybe where we could do like a little vertical line between 21, 22 and 22, 23 to say like scholarships happened here. And then we have a thing. I think there's ways to communicate like some kind of like policy or programmatic shift happened at this point in time, or some kind of data collection shift happened at this point in time. That might be able to help interpret some of these graphs.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the reasons this report is cool, because that's definitely a blind spot in my day-to-day work. I can report on that we saw a big jump in early career administrators in this year, but didn't really have the background to point to why that was happening. So that was a pretty cool cross-agency finding.
Yeah, that was something that when we were talking with TSPC that they noted. I think that the one thing just to caution is that we can draw some conclusions, but we don't really know because we weren't collecting that information. So it would be really, I just put that out there as a caution, but we can kind of speak to state investments that were happening at that time that may have really contributed to some of this increase. And also, I know at some point in time, and I don't remember the timeline on this, Director Rhodes, but there was also a differentiation in the licensure type for administrators. So I wonder, like with this diverse administrator license, if we're looking at the different types of licenses or just collectively the principal and the administrator pro-L license. And so that might also contribute to some of these differences. But yes, I think those are some things to kind of break apart.
I'll just kind of move us to the last slide because this was one of the requirements is around retention, and then we'll kind of wrap up. But thanks for everybody for staying on. So Ryan, if you want to just talk us through this really quickly.
Yeah, I really appreciate it. This is definitely one of the more complex metrics we pull out of the staff position data collection. As Lynn mentioned, this year we switched to retention with the definition that more closely aligned to how we report retention on our at-a-glance profiles and the online report card that ODE produces each year. 2 minutes is not enough time to go into how we actually do this calculation, but essentially it's a 3-year average of teachers that are at a school and seeing if they return to that same school in either of the next 2 school years. We use this definition as a way to try to get at school stability. So if you have a teacher that stays in the same school but changes positions, then we saw that as a student in that school still having access to that person they may have formed a connection with. So we wanted that to count as being retained. As far as the data goes here, it's teachers and administrators, and I think it gets a little bit shadowed by sort of the average administrator retention rate, but the Black African American teacher retention rate is significantly lower than any of the other retention rates we see among teachers, like almost 7% lower than the next lowest retention rate. So I think that's something important to name in this collection for sure. And then I just heard the 2 o'clock buzzer on my end. Is there any questions before we sort of take a break and check back in on this in a couple weeks?
Well, since we are at time, if you wanted to send me questions to field, and like I said, we'll package all of these materials up and send them out to you as well. And that way you can generate some questions. We'll have kind of a 2-week lead time before we have ODE and TSPC come back, so we can kind of dig in to this a little bit more and look at some of the recommendations that were made from 2024. See, some of them may want to be moving forward, right? Like I think that's something that I've been learning in this process of the Educator Equity Report is that sometimes we want to continue recommendations because they may not get picked up and funded by the legislature, or they may not be, something that we can either track as well for some of our data ends. So we want to continue to increase a little bit more of clarity around the report and the collections, as well as the recommendations that'll move forward. And I'll stop there. And if people want to hang out and ask questions, or Dr. Perez, if you want to jump in and close us up, whatever you would like to do, I'm totally open to.
Yeah, I just want to thank all of you for being here, and also wanted to reiterate what Lynn had shared at the beginning, that we have 3 other work groups happening. So April 13th, we'll have TSPC and ODE giving us more of this data, and you'll be able to be asking your questions that can help us really develop the work. And then April 20th, the research team from the University of California, Irvine will be here. There's some work that's being done by them around classified staff moving into like grow your own programs. And as an aside, there'll be a survey going out to our grow your own participants in the coming month to get some more information from them to add to the work. And then on April 27th, we have is the third date, Heck and Delk will be presenting. So if you would like, if you don't have those holds already, Ashley had sent out from our team information about, to council members for you to participate. We can get that information to you, or those holds. Ashley, is there anything you want to add?
Nope, I was just popping on a screen to let everyone know I'm happy to add whoever wants to be on those holds on them. I just didn't want to overwhelm people's inboxes before they knew what they were getting into.
So yeah, thank you so much. And we're happy to answer questions if you have any right now. And thank you to Ryan, Zachary, and our team from Delk and Shonda, for coming too.
And Director Rhodes pinch hitting in there for Dr. Mondragon. Good job.
And Andy for project management of this work.
Yes, for sure. Yeah, we can hang out if there's anybody who has any other questions. But thank you all for being here today.
Good to see y'all.
Okay.
Take care.
Bye.
Okay. Bye.